Roadmap that we basically just need to go run down over the next decade to unlock that. So for the next device that's coming out in October, there are a few big features. I mean, the one that you're talking about, basically social presence. I mean, the ability to now have kind of eye contact in virtual reality, have your face be tracked so that way your avatar, it's not just like this still thing, but if you smile or if you frown or if you pout or whatever your expression is, have that actually just in real time translate to your avatar. I mean, that's obviously like our facial expressions are just a huge. That's like there's more nonverbal communication when people are with each other than verbal communication.
You had a really good point too about face tracking and like if you're doing like a FaceTime call, that you don't look at each other in the eye because you're looking at the camera to look in the eye, and then you don't see the person. So if you look at the camera, you're looking up, and if you look at the look down at the actual screen, you're not making eye contact with the person. But this is able to recreate actual eye contact. With the avatar. Yeah, no, this will be the first time really to do that. I mean, when we're using technology today, I mean, it's great to be able to make phone calls and video calls and all that. I mean, if you can't be with someone today, it's nice to be able to see their face. But when you're on a video call, you don't actually feel like you're there with the person, right? I mean, you get some signals, some information, you can see their face, but the whole time you're kind of trying to convince your brain that you're actually there with them. But your brain knows, right? It's like at kind of like a deep level. Yeah. That's you're not actually there with them. You're just getting some information about what they look like. And to me, what virtual reality unlocks is it basically really convinces your brain that you're there. I mean, when you're in there, you have to basically try to convince your brain that this isn't real, right? And that you're not present. So and there are all these just subtle signals. And things that either deepen the illusion or break it. That each time we do a new version, we just try to break down a few more of the barriers. So, I mean, one of the big ones early on, well, the first one obviously was just like having a headset and be able to look around. And for that, one of the key things that your eye basically refreshes, I don't know, call it every 5 milliseconds or something. So if you turn your head and the image isn't kind of refreshed to where you're looking within 5 milliseconds, then there's this huge mismatch between your visual system and your vestibular system and your kind of balance in your ear. And people used to kind of feel uncomfortable from that, right? Because it's like a physical discomfort because it like what you were looking at didn't match kind of as you were rotating your head. So that was kind of the first thing. Then we got hands. And there was this whole thing that was super interesting there where at first we wanted to, display your whole arm, which makes sense, right? Because, I mean, it's you'd think, okay, it's a little weird to just see your hand. But it turns out that your brain is perfectly willing to just accept seeing your hand without your arm because your hand is the thing that it's trying to manipulate. And as a matter of fact, when if we kind of interpolated and got your arm position wrong, right? So we'd get into these cases where your hands were here and we'd sort of guess that your arm was like that or something. And if your arm was actually like that, but we displayed it so that it was in like that, you're like, my elbow's broken. Right? It felt like really wrong. So it's actually much better to show a limited number of signals, but get them right. And then you could just add on over time. So for previous versions before this, we didn't, the kind of eye contact was all just, AI simulated, but we didn't actually know when you were making eye contact because we weren't tracking the eyes. And now for this version and hopefully a lot of the different ones that we build going forward, you'll be able to have realistic facial expressions and more translated directly to your avatar. But there's this whole roadmap of basically how do you deliver this like real sense of presence, like you're there with another person no matter where you actually are. It was very impressive because even when I moved my jaw side to side, I went like, it did that. It made the O face like, ooh. It's really interesting. And you were saying also that the way this is tracking is you're doing this without putting something on your body, without putting trackers on your body. But do you ultimately think that that's like, are we going to go Ready Player One where you have like a haptic feedback suit and you have to zip this thing up to get into a game and in that way you're going to be fully immersive? Or do you think
that it can get to the point where it can mimic the movements of your body accurately without you having to wear something?
So I think that there will be opportunities to wear things to augment the experience further, right? So we already have these experiments with haptic gloves where you can, like, if you touch a digital object, right? If you drop a ball from one hand to the other, you can feel the ball in your hand physically. And that's pretty cool. But I want to design this in a way where you don't need that, right? So today there's two primary modes of doing the tracking. I mean, there's this kind of notion of inside-out tracking. You're wearing the headset, and it tracks your motion, it tracks your hands. Eventually it'll track your legs with an AI model. And you can do that all with your headset. And the big advantage of that is you don't need to have a whole lot of different devices, right? Eventually you'll be able to do it without even having controllers. You'll just have the headset. The headset will get smaller. It'll be more portable. You'll be able to bring it around. You don't want to have a setup that has like 10 pieces, right? I mean, maybe there are going to be times when you want to kind of have that sort of super deep experience, or maybe you have it at your home. But I think ultimately people are going to just want to have versions of this that they can bring around, and whether it's on an airplane or you're doing work at the office or you're going to a coffee shop or whatever. And for that, you really just want to make it work from the device.
So just from a pair of glasses or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's kind of the concepts of virtual reality and augmented reality are sort of on two different development paths, but they're obviously fundamentally interrelated, right? So virtual reality, it's kind of possible to build today, right? Quest 2, it's pretty popular, doing well. Hopefully the new one that comes out, I think it's a pretty big step above it. But you can build that today. There's a lot of new technology that we've researched that goes into that, but it also is building on top of decades of advances in displays that came from TVs and then laptops and phones, and some of the display technology gets to piggyback on those decades of innovation and all these different companies that have done that work before. AR is a pretty different beast because what you really want to get to is not a headset. You want to get to something that's like a normal looking pair of glasses that is, it won't be like a wireframe because you'll need to fit some electronics in it, right? You'll basically need to have a computer in there and speakers and a microphone and batteries and a laser projector. And then the display, which, we and a lot of other folks think is going to be this technology called waveguides, which is completely different from screens, because it's a screen, it's like you're looking at a thing, and basically you're looking at like all the pixels that are on the screen. The thing that's different about a waveguide is it'll actually be see-through, so you'll be able to see the world through it, and then it'll display holograms and be able to place them at different depths in the world.
So is a waveguide a type of technology? Like what is a waveguide?
Yeah, it's basically they can be made of different substances, plastic, glass, different substrates, and they basically get etched or printed in different ways. And there's this big debate right now where a lot of the research is going into what is the right way to basically create these waveguides that have the right properties, because you want for augmented reality to get something that's wide enough field of view. So you can imagine in 5 years we're having this conversation. I'm not here. You're wearing AR glasses. Hologram Mark is here, and like it's not only just is it kind of working as a hologram, but there's all these different dimensions beyond just being like a better video chat. If we want to play poker, it's like I could like deal a deck of cards and we could play. Hologram me could deal hologram cards, and you could have your glasses, and physical you there could pick up the hologram cards, and you can have a poker night where like some of your friends are there physically and some of them are there as holograms. And it's actually kind of wild. One of the thought experiments that I like to do is thinking about how few of the things that we physically have in the world actually need to be physical. Obviously things like chairs need to be physical, where you're not going to be sitting on a hologram. Food needs to be physical. But most entertainment type stuff, I mean, not just cards, but games, most media, TVs in the future probably won't need to actually be physical things. It'll just be like an app, you'll just have an app there on your wall, and it's like snap your fingers, get the hologram there for the TV, and we can have our glasses and watch whatever you want there. And I don't know, they're sort of limited to being rectangular now because a bunch of, limits in terms of the physics of how they get produced. But in the future, you'll just have like some, high school students or college students developing apps, and it'll just be wild. Like crazy stuff will just kind of get created. But so you'll eventually be able to kind of have that all come through these AR glasses.
So are there these AR glasses, are they in production now? Are they in development now? Like when you talk about this kind of technology where you can see things that aren't there and look at maps and watch videos and have it all on a small computer that's in the frame of the glasses. Do they exist already?
No. I think we'll start to get stuff that kind of looks like the full version of this over the next, I'd say, 3 to 5 years, but I think it'll also start off pretty expensive once it's available, and then it'll take a while to work down to something that's like hundreds of dollars. But there are versions of this that you can start to see if you relax some of the constraints, right? So the kind of ultimate AR experience is that, like, okay, you just have normal looking glasses that can kind of have all of these. Have holograms, make it so you can interact with people wherever you want. But if you relax the form factor constraint, right? So you have a headset instead of normal-looking glasses. That's the other thing that's coming in the new device that we're shipping in October is mixed reality in VR, right? So we got to play around with this a little bit in the sword fighting experience that we did, but it's basically the thing about mixed reality is you see the physical world around you. In the context of VR, it's not happening through a waveguide. It's basically happening through, you have cameras on the device that capture the world and then translate that in real time into stereo images, so different images in both eyes, so that way you can, because otherwise it's weird. I mean, we kind of see stuff in 3D because we have our two eyes see slightly different things. So you're kind of, the computers are putting that together on the fly, and then you can overlay digital objects on top of that. So when we were, sword fighting, it's like the version of me and my sword. It's like that was a digital thing, but otherwise it was in your lobby, right? And you could see your lobby.
Yeah.
So you could start to see those kind of AR experiences starting to get built, but in a form factor around mixed reality VR first. So that's one direction that I think that the industry is exploring. The other is basically looking at, okay, so we got to constrain this form factor because we want to have something that looks like normal glasses. What's the most technology that we can fit into a pair of normal looking glasses today? Right, so you kind of go from both sides, right? It's like, what's the experience that we want to have, even if we can't get the form factor right? And what's the best we can do with the form factor? And then each year those two basically converge. But on the smart glasses side, and we work with Ray-Ban to basically build these smart glasses, and they're the best-selling smart glasses that have ever been built. And they're, we're continuing to work on new versions of it, but they're, basically you can get a pair of Ray-Ban Wayfarers now that have a microphone and that they have a speaker and they can take photos and take videos, and you can post them to Instagram. Yeah,
they do it on voice command?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, so you can say take a photo of this?
Yep. Take a photo, take a video.
And what kind of image quality are you getting off of these things?
It's pretty good. It's I want to make sure I don't get the spec wrong, and I just have all these different numbers in my head because I want to make sure I don't confuse it with the new version. Is it
like similar to like a selfie camera? Like limited in comparison to the back camera?
Yeah, no, it's not quite as good as the back cameras today, but it's it's like, I mean, you look at the quality and it's good. And it fits in like the corner of glasses.
Does that bring about privacy concerns if people could just like start filming things?
Yeah, so I mean, we designed it so it has a light on it. So whenever I mean, that I think is actually a really important part of this.
But could you put a piece of tape over the light?
I mean, I guess in theory, but
if you were a creep.
But it's there
it is.
Yeah.
So that little thing in the corner, is that a highlight or a light?
No, that's the light.
That's the light.
And it blinks, and it's a pretty active indicator. And I think if you put a piece of tape over it, it would probably interfere with the camera. So.
And so those Wayfarers are essentially the same size as normal Wayfarers? Do they have thicker arms?
I think it's ever so slightly thicker, but it's within the same ballpark of weight. So we worked with the company that I mean, Ray-Bans, I mean, these are like some of the most,
Yeah.
popular and successful glasses. And, part of the reason why I wanted to work with them is because they know a lot about glasses design, and right, that's not my thing, right? So, so I figure, okay, they'll really bring to the table some constraints around like, okay, like how big can this actually be before it starts getting too heavy on your face and uncomfortable to wear for long periods of time. And I've just learned a ton working with those guys. I mean, they're super sharp. They're this great Italian company, and the collaboration has been awesome so far. So I'm looking forward to building more stuff with them. But yeah, so you basically have these two paths to the technology at once. You're kind of trying to explore all the capabilities, but in a device that's bigger than the form factor that you want, while simultaneously, every year or two, cranking and kind of pumping more technology into what can you fit into the kind of form factor that you want, and make it a really great design. And then just eventually these things converge, and then eventually they'll converge, and you'll get the functionality and you'll get the kind of form factor, but it'll still be kind of expensive for a little while, and then you fast forward a few years from there, and then I think it'll really be a mainstream thing. But even VR today is doing quite well. I mean, it's I don't think we release like exact numbers on the sales, but I mean it's within the ballpark of Xbox or PlayStation or those kind of platforms. And
Really?
yeah. So I mean, we started off. This was sort of my theory on this. Is like, all right, gaming is use case number one for VR, but then pretty quickly, if you look at any platform, right? So computers, phones, before games are a huge part of those platforms, but if you look at the main things that people do, it's really about communication. Because I mean, this is what people do, right? It's like we communicate, and that's kind of how we get meaning in our life, is interacting with other people. So it's like, all right, that's going to happen with VR. And sure enough, if you look at the top apps in VR now, the top few are basically social, metaverse, hang out with your friends apps that are not centered around any specific game. So that kind of hypothesis around, okay, VR is starting to add different use cases. It's going from games first. Games are still growing and going to be huge, to just kind of social, hang out with friends, be present. And we're getting all these other use cases that are kind of crazy and are happening sooner than I thought. So, another big one is fitness, right? Just because, I mean, in a way, I mean, these are like the first physical computing platforms.
Yeah.
It's like you don't like move around while you're on your computer. I guess you could a little bit on your phone, but it's sort of awkward because you're looking at the small screen. But like VR and eventually AR are really designed to be able to move around and do things and like interact with the world, and that's really important to me. I mean, it's like I just like I hate sitting in front of a desk, right? It's like I just feel like if I'm not like active, I'm like wasting my day. So I don't know. There have been these awesome experiences. Basically, a couple of companies. You can kind of think about it like Peloton for VR, where it's like Peloton, they sell you the bike or the treadmill, and then you buy the subscription and you get the classes. There's a couple of companies that basically do, they do cardio, they do dancing, they do boxing, but instead of having to buy a bike, you just have your Quest headset, and once you have that, you buy a subscription to these companies, and you can just take lessons and do different things and fitness, and it's I thought that was pretty wild. I thought that like in the long term something like that would start to happen, but it happened way sooner than I thought, which was really cool to see.
Well, if you do one of the boxing games, you realize right away, like, this is a really good workout. Like, the virtual boxer, when they come towards you and they're in that ring and they start throwing punches at you and you're moving your head, you really wind up getting like a really high heart rate. You put out a lot of energy. It's really good cardio. I found like my feet would hurt because I was pivoting and moving so much, because I was like constantly like switching stances and trying to get away from punches. And as you get further on in some of the games, like the opponents become more difficult. Yeah. It's really exciting. It's fun. And you get out of there and you're really exhausted. It's a really good workout.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's just the kind of nature of the whole platform, and that's one of the things that I love about it. But those aren't even trying to be fitness apps, right? I mean,
they're just fun.
It's just that they just happen to be physical.
Are they capable of having two people, like we had a fencing match today, you and I did, which is really fun. Are they capable of doing that with boxing now, where two people have because the thing about the fencing match that we had that I thought was really interesting is like you were facing one direction, like 30 feet away, and I was facing another direction. Like we weren't even facing each other. It didn't even matter.
Yeah.
So you could be in Bangladesh and I can be in Rome, and we could be playing a game together.
Yeah, so, I mean, the fencing demo, our internal team built because we haven't released the new device yet, so in order to kind of make stuff work for it, we kind of built that ourselves. But the boxing ones are made all by other game developers and different developers. So
and they can do that?
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them from having a multiplayer mode. I'm not sure if any of them do yet. I all the ones that I've played, I mean, I do Thrill to Fight, and I really like Creed, but I do those as single player. I don't know if they have multiplayer modes, but there's nothing holding them back from doing that. So I'd imagine that they will add that over time.
It seems like a smart move. I mean, we were talking about martial arts, like in terms like Muay Thai and other. I think jiu-jitsu would be a real problem, but because you'd have to physically have something to resist against. But if you could figure out how to do a Muay Thai mode, where the only problem would be things change when you make contact with stuff.
Yeah.
Things change in terms of like positioning and movement and what you're able to get away with and not get away with. Whereas with boxing's pretty good for that. Like it's probably like the best combat sport for VR because you don't even have to hit anything to feel like you kind of are.
Yeah.
And when you get hit with a jab, your screen lights up like you feel like you got hit.
Yeah, I mean, for kicking, with punching, it's a little easier to throw a punch and then just pull it back. With kicking, if you're not hitting a pad or something, you want to like continue rotating, or else it's tough to really put your weight into it.
It's do you envision a world where one day the physical experience of the game is going to be inconsequential because everything's going to be taking place in your mind? Like it'll be so good, whether it's with haptic feedback or some other kind of input, where you'll be able to actually experience very Matrix-like something that's not there. I mean, is that ultimately where all this is going?
I don't know. I mean, I just think that so much of our experience is our body and not just our mind. I mean, there's this strain of kind of philosophical thought that's like, okay, what is a human? It's like it's really just your brain, right? And I don't subscribe to that at all, because I mean, I don't know what how you feel about stuff, but like I just feel like my whole energy level and mood and kind of how I kind of interact with the world is all just based on, it's like it's so physical, right? It's not just so I mean, I guess maybe over time it would be possible to just simulate that through your brain, but I don't believe that we're just brains in tanks, or just brains in a body. I kind of think our kind of physical being and the actions that we take there are as much, or I don't know, that's like just as much of kind of the experience of being human.
I would agree with that, but I would also say that a lot of people just like to sit down and watch movies, and that's a very alien experience to the human body, and it's something we've become very accustomed to. So what I'm thinking is, if technology advances and it keeps going further in the direction that it's headed now, more immersive, more convincing, that uncanny valley gets bridged, and all of a sudden you have a real life experience. Now, whether this is through some sort of Neuralink type deal or some new technology that tricks the mind into actual experiences. I mean, ultimately, isn't that where this is all going to go? Where you're going to be able to have experiences without having them? And that's not to negate the beauty of real experiences, or not to say we won't have real experiences anymore. But if you wanted to have a real experience, and we talked about like, economic restrictions that would keep you from being able to fly to another part of the world, well, you could go there with your Oculus. You could have a very realistic 3D representation of those places. Like you took me to Rome today. I got to see Rome. It's very cool. But do you think that ultimately that is going to get to a time where the technology is so advanced that it's indiscernible, that you could have a podcast experience with me. You and I could have this same conversation right now, but neither one of us be in this room?
Yeah, I think the nature of technology is that I think it's interesting to sort of hypothesize what the kind of extreme end state is going to be when something becomes kind of all-consuming. But I think the normal way this stuff plays out is that some things are more easily mimicable or replaceable than others. So we were talking before about, okay, boxing, you can do that pretty well. Maybe one day we'll get Muay Thai and kicking in. jiu-jitsu, that's going to be pretty hard, right? Because you need like all kinds of resistance. So, I mean, I think the way that this progresses is like it'll keep on being able to do more things really well, and I would guess that there will be other technologies or other things will advance in the world that will prevent any one thing from ever subsuming everything else. So I don't know. I mean, I also, I mean, maybe just because I'm in the position of like working on building this stuff every day, so maybe it's like I'm just trying to make it useful for a lot of things, right? So to jump to like it's so useful that it's better than everything is sort of I'm just not. I mean, that's so far ahead of where we actually are, because I'm like in the trenches every day trying to get this to work.
Maybe too close to it.
Yeah.
But from a bird's eye view, like if you looked at where this is going, it's going to become more immersive, right? It's going to get better. It's going to be more convincing. And this is the real argument for simulation theory, right? The argument for simulation theory is if there's so many civilizations out there in the universe and they're so advanced, ultimately one has to create a simulation. It seems like that's going to happen. If the human race could survive another 100,000 years, the odds that we wouldn't create a really realistic simulation is probably pretty low.
Yeah, I think the question is just how realistic and how good.
Yeah.
So I think that there's, to me, like the holy grail is building something that can create a sense of human presence. Right, it's like, I mean, I've spent the last almost 20 years of my life building social software, making it so that whatever limited computation you have, you can kind of share something about your experience. And, it started off with primarily text, right, when I was in college. Then we all got these smartphones, and they had cameras, so then it became a lot of photos. Now the mobile networks are good enough that it's starting to be a lot more video. And to me, this kind of like immersive experience is clearly going to be the next step. But there's this question about, okay, so being able to feel like you're present with someone will unlock so many different types of value for a lot of people. And there's like social and entertainment, there's professional. I mean, one of, I follow this economist who basically studies that economic opportunity and upward mobility is sort of limited or varies based on like what zip code you grow up in, right? Because there's different opportunities in different places. But, imagine if you didn't have to move to some city that didn't have your values in order to be able to get all the economic opportunities. That would be awesome. So in the future, where you can just use AR, VR, and teleport in the morning to the office and show up as a hologram, I think that's going to be pretty sweet, right? It'll unlock a lot of economic opportunity for a lot of people. Is it ever going to be 100% as good as being there in person? Probably not. But like, I mean, I don't know. When we were talking about doing this conversation, we talked on the phone, right? It's like I didn't fly down to Austin to talk about whether to have this conversation. Sometimes it's like whatever amount of simulation you have is you can create a lot of value even if it's not 100% as good as the actual physical thing. So I just view our job as, we'll basically approach that like an asymptote. I don't know if you'll never be able to do all of the things that you can do kind of in person with a person, but you'll just be able to do more and more. If today it's gaming or hanging out, and over the next few years it'll be working, right? So hopefully you'll just be able to teleport in and basically just show up as a hologram and work remotely and live wherever you want, be with your family wherever they live, but just be able to show up in whatever place. I think that's gonna be pretty awesome, and I think we'll be able to do that pretty well.
It's going to be a real issue for commercial real estate. There's not going to be a lot of offices. If that actually becomes like as good as having a cell phone in your pocket and being able to make a phone call,
you
could just sort of teleport to work.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem. No one's going to want to work.
Well, that's a different question.
I mean, whether or not they're going to physically want to be there, rather. Maybe they'll want to work, but they're not going to want to go to the office.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Although I think being present with people, feeling a sense of presence is pretty important.
Yeah.
Regardless of where you do it. I mean, I've found, over the last couple of years, the way that the work has been done has changed a huge amount. And, it's there are all these things that are sort of complex about the office, but like, I mean, I see people in person almost every day. Sometimes I probably do more meetings at my house now than I would have before.
But yeah, I don't know. I do think that there's seeing people in person, having that sense of presence makes a big difference.
I think so too, but there's definitely a big pushback now about people going to the office rather than working from home. Like, people would rather just do their work from home, and they're like, with the internet connections as they are today, and the ability to video conference, like, why do I have to be physically in the building in order to get my work done?
Yeah, no, and I agree with that too. Our company is actually pretty forward-leaning on remote work. I mean, just especially some types of work, especially software engineering, you can do pretty well from a lot of different places. And if you're an engineer, sometimes it's actually better to not be in the office, because then people aren't bugging you. You kind of want like a block of like 5 hours where you can just work on a problem. And if, I don't know, it's like, I have this thing where, I'll be like in zone kind of flow concentration working on something, and my wife will like ask me some like basic question, and I'll just be like, oh man, it's like I just like lost my flow, and it's like and like from her perspective, it's like, oh, not a big deal, that was a quick question, just go back to what you're doing. It's like, no, that's not how it works. but it's but so I do think to some degree having people be able to work remotely is actually pretty useful for a lot of things, but I think we'll need to find this mix.
I physically run away from my wife when I have a joke idea. If she's talking and I have an idea, I'll just run away. I just go, I got an idea. I just have to, like, she gets it, so it's okay. But yeah, if I'm in the middle of writing and she comes in and interrupts, it's over.
Yeah.
Just gets shattered. Yeah. So in some ways, well, you would have to have like a real quiet and secure place. But I think for a lot of people, the wasted time commuting and all that, if you could eliminate that through AR or VR, some sort of a hologram system, just the stress of life would be so much better.
Yeah, I mean, that's been, for me, over the last couple of years with COVID, and just kind of rethinking the way that stuff has worked. I think reducing the commute has been one of the big efficiencies, but also being able to live in different places has been nice. I mean, I spent a lot of time down in Kauai earlier on, and I got like really into surfing and hydrofoiling, and like I just like wake up in the morning and go do that, and then just be really refreshed and go do my full day of meetings, which is obviously not something I could do in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm pretty positive on all this. I think if you can give people the ability to get their kind of fluid state, like flow state work remotely, but then also just be able to kind of in a second teleport to a place and show up as a hologram and be present, I think that's pretty valuable. Now, that doesn't replace everything, right? I mean, one of the things that I found is for larger meetings, one of the most useful things is not actually the meeting itself. It's just getting a chance to catch up with people before and after the meeting, right? When you're in the hallway or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a downside to being so efficient about being able to teleport in and out too, because you can kind of miss some of those casual downtime moments. But overall, yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna create this kind of crazy amount of efficiency there.
Yeah, I think people are still gonna crave real world experiences no matter what. I mean, obviously, I do stand up comedy, so obviously that experience, you must be there.
Yeah.
Like, that's part of the fun, is being in the room with people. But I can envision technology improving to the point where you could create a virtual comedy club, and you would see all the different people that have the headsets on in the room, and you would probably get pretty close. Like, there was a lot of people that did Zoom stand-up during the pandemic, and it was awful because there was no audience. They were just basically like doing their act with no crowd. I'm like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, you need the feedback.
It's terrible.
It's super awkward just doing public
terrible.
speaking and not having any feedback.
Well, if someone's just doing public feedback, there's like some really great podcasts where people just, like Bill Burr, just talks to himself. It's just him ranting about life and stuff, and it's great. He doesn't necessarily need someone to bounce off of. But comedy is a different thing. Like, comedy by itself with no audience is not good.
Yeah. So there is already at least one experience like this that I'm aware of. So we have this Horizon social platform, and people can build worlds in it. It's like it's pretty simple today, but it's designed to be this really easy world building platform, and people can go in and build stuff. And people built this thing called the Soapstone Comedy Club. And this is actually one of the stories that I've heard of people using VR that I think is really touching. So there's this woman who basically
lost her son, and was really sad and was grieving for a while. And comedy was just a really important outlet for her, but she had a lot of social anxiety around going and physically being in front of people and performing and doing it at a club. So she started doing it at the Soapstone Comedy Club, and had a little bit more anonymity because it was in virtual reality, but she could feel a real sense of presence of other people there. And I mean, talking to her about it, it's been a real important experience for her to kind of be this creative outlet and help her get over this grieving that she's had. And it's not something maybe that she would have been comfortable having the kind of full intensity experience of a physical comedy club, but you kind of got a bunch of the way there by feeling like you were present with people there.
My friend Brian Redband, he does this thing called Virtual Redband, where what does he do? He does they go to diners and stuff like that. They set it up.
VR chat.
Yeah. So he does it in Oculus, and he has a bunch of his friends log on at the same time, and they go into a room together and hang out. And it's really interesting because I think that to be able to have an online community where you go to a place and you all meet up and you're all talking and hearing each other's voices, and seeing the avatar move, and that alien avatar that you showed me today, it's very real looking. I mean, it does. I clearly see that it's this animated thing, but I would liken it to an avatar, from the movie Avatar, like the Na'vi. There's something cool about it where it's definitely a step above a lot of these things that I've seen in the past. That's moving into this much more realistic sort of place where I could imagine a lot of people just deciding, today I'm going to be a penguin. I'm going to go to this diner and hang out with these guys as a penguin. And it's exciting. It's kind of fun.
Part of what's a little trippy about it is that in some ways, some of these experiences, I think, feel more realistic than, for example, having a Zoom call, right, where you can actually see the person's face. Because, I mean, the way that our memory works, it's very spatial, right? So, when I leave here today, I'll remember that you were across from me, and there's a symmetry, right? It's you're across from me, so that means I'm across from you. We have a shared memory of kind of the space of the place. And, well, I guess it doesn't quite work because of the headphones, but normally, if you talk, it's coming from that direction. And spatial audio and kind of directional, building a spatial model of things is how we make memories. So you take something like Zoom, and it just completely blows that up, because now, it's every meeting that you have looks the same, right? They're and also there's no symmetry, right? So if you're in the top left of my box square, that doesn't mean that I'm in the same place for you. So we don't have any kind of shared spatial sense of that. And I don't know if you've had this experience, but I just kind of feel like if I do a day of Zoom calls, they all sort of blend together, and I have a hard time remembering what meeting someone said something in.
Right.
Whereas then, it's if you go into VR, it's okay, you have an avatar. It's obviously not super realistic yet. It'll get better and better over time as the computation gets better. Although, as an aside, I'm not actually convinced that even when we have photorealistic avatars, that people are going to prefer that to the expressive ones. But that's kind of a whole separate tangent that we can go down. I think you'll clearly want the ability to do both, have a photorealistic one and an expressive one. But yeah, I mean, if you're sitting around and someone's a penguin, or your friends are clearly cartoony, but you're sitting around a table and you have a shared sense of space, and your friend is to your right, which means that you're to their left, and when they speak, you hear it coming from that direction. You actually remember the spatial sense of that in the same way that you would a physical thing, which it's just kind of getting all those details right over time. I just think that this to me, this is some of the most exciting work that I've gotten to do in a while, because I just feel like building social experiences on phones is so constrained, right? In some ways, it's awesome because there's billions of people that have phones, so we can build services that get used by billions of people around the world, and that's obviously rewarding in its own way too. But having the ability to define what these next platforms are going to be and have them break out of these boxes that have been really weirdly defined, right? In terms of these things, phones, computers, they were not designed for basically communication and interaction. They were designed for kind of work and certain computational workloads. And so a lot of what I'm trying to do is okay, well, what does it look like to design the next computing platform in a way that's really people-centric? So if you were doing it in the way that our brains worked and how we actually process the world and how we think about stuff and what matters to us,
I don't think you'd build a platform that was designed around apps. You'd build it where the fundamental unit of how you interact is around kind of people and how you express yourself, and you'd want to be able to like have an avatar and an expression of your identity and be able to just jump between a bunch of different experiences rather than have everything be so siloed. So I don't know. I think that this is it's just like it's pretty wild to try to build this all from the ground up, because it's just this incredible breadth and an amount of technology. And I mean, I often get criticized because we're investing just this huge amount in this. We're going to spend this year alone more than $10 billion on all of these different research streams, but the breadth of this is just like extremely wide, right? It's not like $10 billion is going towards any one specific thing. It's like there's all the avatar work and all of how you express yourself and how you build the worlds. And then there's all the VR stuff. And within VR, we're working on this year's device and next year's device and the one after that. And then in AR, we talked about, it's like we have the Ray-Ban glasses and we have sort of the next version of that. But then we also have kind of the research going towards the full AR. And we haven't even gotten to neural interfaces yet, but we should definitely spend some time on that. But it's like you kind of go across all these different things, and it's just this incredibly wide amount of technology that needs to get built in order to basically build and deliver a realistic sense of presence, like you're physically there with another person, which I just think is the most magical thing in the world.
Well, it's very exciting. The idea that you could have an office in a jungle. Like you could just all of a sudden we're going to call this meeting together and we're going to be on the moon.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to be next to a volcano. There's going to be a bubbling volcano right next to the desk. It's cool. Look, I love the fact that there's people like you out there doing it, that it's expanding the possibilities for this stuff. But so neural interfaces.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Like where's that going? And where are we at right now?
Yeah, so I think, so go back to your comments about the matrix before. I think when people think about neural interfaces, or any interface, I think it's important to separate out there's sort of, there's feedback that you're giving to the computer, and then there's information that the computer gives to you. And you can separate those two things out. So I actually think the super hard part here is going to be having a computer give you information straight into your brain, and that's not a thing that we're working on. So some people, like Elon with Neuralink and those companies, I think that's just taking this like super far off. Maybe it'll be ready in like a couple decades. There will probably be interesting use cases in the near term for people who have injuries or something like that. But I think normal people, I think in the next 10 or 15 years are probably not going to want to get something just installed in their brain for fun, is my guess.
I don't want to be an early adopter.
Yeah, I think you want like the mature version of that, not the one that where it's going to get a lot better next year and you need to like get your brain implant upgraded every year. So, but here's the kind of version of this that I spent a lot of time thinking about. So, you have AR glasses, right? And how are you going to control them? Right, how you kind of control any computation device is obviously it's super fundamental to what the platform is. So you have a bunch of different modes. One of them is going to be voice, right? You'll be able to talk to it, but that doesn't always work, right? If you're in a public place or you want to be discreet or you want to just not annoy the people around you, you're not going to want to dictate everything out loud. A second way is going to be, using your hands. So let's say, okay, it's like I snap my fingers, we have a chess game, right? Or a poker game. And okay, here's our chessboard and I move a piece. It's like, okay, yeah, that'll do with my hands. That's kind of cool. But like, you're not going to be walking down the sidewalk, like manipulating stuff with your hands. That I think
Minority Report style.
I think at some basic level, if you can get past that just being weird, I think most people's hands will just get tired, right? If you hold your hands out like this for a long enough period of time, eventually you want to put your hands down. So the question is, how do you make it so that you can basically go and have your mind give commands to the computer, in this case the glasses, without having to speak out loud, without having to wave your hands around, even though those things will be great for some use cases, you're not going to want them all the time. So the research that we're doing, it's based on it's basically input only, and it's focused on, so it's not trying to send signals to your brain, it's trying to make it so that your brain can communicate with the computer. And the path that we have is it's based on the fact that
we have all these extra motor neurons in our body, right? And part of the reason for that is like in case you get hurt, you have neuroplasticity, you can rewire, do stuff like find a different pathway to kind of send a signal to move your finger or something. There's all these different ways that it turns out our brain could tell this finger to move, but we've sort of optimized individually, kind of we kind of reinforce certain pathways and end up using one kind of motor neuron pathway to do a specific thing, and you have all these others that are not that used. So it turns out you can have a device on your wrist that basically your brain can communicate with your hand, tell your hand to move in like a pattern that it isn't used to, and then the wristband can sort of pick up those signals and translate them into completely different things, like having a virtual hand move in front of you while your wife texts you and it pops up in the corner of your glasses and you want to respond, but you don't want to like pull out your phone because that's kind of rude, right? So you just kind of like, I don't know, twitch your wrist a little bit, maybe like this, like some super discreet motion that no one even knows you're doing it, and you just like send a message. And
that seems like a massive distraction. I mean, people are already distracted by their phones. Like when people get a text message and they're like, hang on a second, I just can't answer this real quick. And you're like, okay. And you're sitting there having lunch with someone and they're not talking to you anymore because they're looking at their phone. But now they're going to be looking at these AR glasses and just thinking out text messages. And you won't even know that they're distracted. They're just going to be not connecting with you.
I don't know. I actually think, I don't know, one experience that I think has been interesting since I've been doing more Zoom calls, especially earlier in COVID. One thing that I think actually was quite good, or is quite good, is the ability to both kind of have everyone who you're meeting with on video chat, but then also have a chat thread going with some of those people. So that way, like, let's say there's something that you don't want to say to everyone who's in the room, but you want to ask one person. It's like, hey, can you clarify this thing that you said? Or you like don't want to say something in front of someone. It's like, I have this issue a lot because there's like a lot of confidential information that I have around the company. I don't want to share it with everyone, but I want to like get certain people's opinion on stuff. And if I'm doing a meeting and it's purely physical and like everyone is there, I found that sometimes I like have to wait until the meeting is over to go get the answer to the question that I wanted.
Right.
Whereas if I'm kind of having a virtual meeting over Zoom or in VR in workrooms, you can just kind of text people while you're doing that. So I actually think that it will unlock a massive amount of efficiency in communication and expression between people to make it so that people don't have to wait until they're done doing one thing to send a message to someone else. But yeah, I mean, I do think that there's a separate question about if you have glasses and you're kind of going about, it's one thing to have VR and you put it on when you want to go, play a game or do a meeting. In the kind of fullness of augmented reality, when you kind of have the glasses and you're like going about that through your life, having some kind of really smart do not disturb mode that has a sense of like, okay, this thing really shouldn't distract you and you're doing something important that's going to be a really important AI problem too, I think, to be able to kind of simulate and understand, because I don't think it's going to be as black and white as like do not disturb on or off, right? I think you want some intelligence there about routing and kind of understanding which things you're going to want to get and which things not. And
maybe have certain people have priority, like if your wife or your family is trying to get a hold of you, they can get through, but business people can't get through. Yeah. I worry about additional distractions. I mean, I do not keep my children from social media because I feel like the world that they live in has social media in it, and I don't want them to be just completely disconnected from that. I limit the amount of time they use their phones, and I try to talk to them about the importance of not being like completely absorbed in social media and these kind of things that these kids do. But I think it's a part of life, and I think it's new and it's weird and it's confusing and it can be very addictive. But I also think it's a part of life. But going out to dinner with them is so hard. They just want to check their like, hey, put your phone down. Stop snapping with your friends. They're always Snapchatting. I'm like, stop doing that.
It's like, well, we got to stop that.
Yeah.
No.
It's like, we just got to put it aside. Just put it aside. But if you have glasses on, that's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to get people to, especially if glasses have social media applications and also offer some sort of a benefit, like a net benefit to like the way you view life, like maybe give you information on the amount of calories that are if you pick up a food item, like what is that? Oh, look at all the calories. Oh my God, it's got that oil in it. That's not good for you. Or other benefits, but also has social media. You're going to come into this like sort of a weird place where you have to figure out whether or not this is a positive thing in your life, or whether or not it's overcoming and you're overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that it's going to end up being this balance, and hopefully our computers and platforms will help us find the reasonable balance on that. I mean, one of the things that you've said a few times is, okay, like, I'm not sure if I'd want to do this digitally. I think about, like, it's like I want to have this experience in the real world. Yeah. I mean, here's one kind of philosophical way that I think about this is, I actually think when you say the real world, I call that the physical world. And I think there's the physical world and the digital world. And I think the combination of those increasingly is the real world, right? It's like there's all this additional information that we bring to the physical experiences that we have, that whether it's digital or just from our own experience or studying that we've done, that's more than just kind of the physical kind of sensation that we get. But the ratio of that may be shifting over time, right? So in a world in the future where, a lot of the things that might be physical today, I mean, maybe this kind of art and sculptures and stuff that you have here, maybe in the future they're not physical, maybe they're just holograms, because you can change them really easily. Maybe over time the sort of ratio of the amount of physical stuff that we interact with to digital stuff shifts and becomes more balanced or something like that. Whereas, historically it was all physical and there was very little kind of information or digital overlay on top of it. And now I think it's just steadily been increasing. But I mean, I think it's probably going to be a lot healthier for us, rather than consuming kind of all this additional context through this tiny little portal that we carry around on a phone, and you're just kind of like looking at this and you're missing the whole context. I think to have it be able to be overlaid and have kind of people be able to pop in and interact with them through it. I don't know, I think that's going to be powerful. We'll obviously need to get the balance on this right, but it's but I don't know, that's sort of how I think about it. I think like probably the right way to think about the real world is at this point is not actually just the physical world, but the physical world, I'm probably more kind of optimistic or believe that the physical world is probably more important to our being and essence and soul than probably a lot of other people in the industry. So I mean, I really care about getting that balance right.
I think the balance is important, but I think you're correct. I think there is an ever-increasing landscape of digital world that's undeniable, and it's a part of life now. And as the technology improves, it's going to be a bigger and bigger part of life. I wouldn't say my fear is, but my thoughts are that we're going to lead to a time someday where people become fully immersed 24/7 in a non-physical world. And I think that's the matrix, and that's what people are worried about, is that as this technology advances, especially with some sort of neural interface, that we're going to get to a place where we're not really here anymore. We're there always. Like, how many people are on? Do you limit your social media use? How do you do it?
Me personally, I mean, I'm just doing so many things that practice there aren't as many hours in the day. But and my kids, I haven't had to think about it quite as much yet because they're pretty young, 6 and 5. Right? Rocky just turned 5 this weekend. But it's so I mean, they use. I want them to use technology for different things. I mean, I teach them how to code. I think it's like an outlet for creativity. I mean, Augie especially, Max likes building things. Augie thinks about it as art. So whenever like every night I try to do bedtime with them religiously. So I try to like end my meetings in order to be able to put them down and ask them like what activity they want to do. Do you want to read or do you want to wrestle or whatever and Augie's just like, oh, I want to do code art. It's like that's such an interesting way to think about it. I always think about coding as like you're building something, and she just thinks about it as making the computer make art. So it's just like anyhow. I think it's good for them to get that exposure, but I don't know, these things. It's not everything that you're doing on a computer or screen isn't the same. There's a lot of research into well-being that shows that there's like, are you actively engaging, and are you engaging with a person? Are you building relationships, or are you just consuming? And if you're building a relationship, then that is associated typically with a lot of long-term benefits and well-being, right? Because I mean, the relationships that we have in our lives, I view that as like the meaning, right? That's like that to me is like the point, and that I think over time is what generally creates happiness for people and prosperity. But if you're just sitting there and consuming stuff, I mean, it's not necessarily bad, but it generally isn't associated with all the positive benefits that you get from being actively engaged or building relationships.
Right. And
So-
you could engage with people actively online and
Yeah.
build digital relationships. And especially as this technology improves, you could actually have meaningful experiences with someone's avatar.
Yeah. So I mean,
It's very weird.
So I just want to make it so that the experiences that we're having aren't just these like passive things. So from my perspective, there's this like, people spend a lot of time with screens today. It's, basically computers, phones, and TVs. And I'm always amazed, because I spend all my time on phones and computers, that for Americans still almost half the time that they spend on screens is TVs, more than phones or computers. So
Really?
I mean, yes, I mean I think it might have just tipped to being in the last few years to being more phones and computers than TV, but TV is huge.
Because I know, like Netflix and YouTube, I think a giant amount of
Absolutely.
their stuff is on phones.
It's a lot on phones, but it's a lot on TVs too, and a lot of people are still just watching, cable or different things
Right.
like that. And so, when you think about new experiences, I actually think the first thing that they're going to go do is eat TV, right? And and kind of the more passive things. So, when people talk about being worried about, the time that people are spending in different kind of social experiences, I mean, the time has to come from somewhere. I think it's worth looking at where it's coming from. If it's coming from sleep, that's probably not great, right? If it's coming from exercise, like I wouldn't be that happy with that. If it's coming from TV, I'm pretty fine with that, right?
Yeah.
I think that's actually maybe a net improvement in well-being for people overall if you're shifting from this more beta kind of consuming state to just being actually actively engaged, potentially building relationships. And there's just a ton of TV time to eat, right? So I think before we worry about this kind of consuming more and more of people's time, I actually just think looking at the mix of what people do today is good. And I mean, my goal for these next set of platforms, they are going to be more immersive, and hopefully they'll be more useful. But I don't necessarily want the people to spend more time with computers. I just want the time that people spend with screens to be better. Because I mean, today so much of it is like you're just sitting around and, I don't know, in this like beta state consuming stuff. And
Yeah.
I think that's like, I don't know. So you asked me, how do I control my own social media time or my time on this stuff? It's like, I mean, I do a bunch of social media. I do a lot of messaging. I really don't watch that much TV. And that's because I just don't have that much. I don't know. I find it puts me in this really weird mental state to unless there's something that I'm just like really attached to, right? So like I really like watching like UFC, for example, but that's because I also like doing the sport, right? So it's like I have some kind of connection to it. But I don't know, just like sitting around it's I don't usually like get into a lot of TV shows.
Have you always been a very physical person? Because I follow you on Instagram.
Yeah.
I see wakeboarding and stuff.
Yeah.
You're very active, which I think is it's a great message too. It's great for you, but it's also a great message for other people that here's this guy who's incredibly busy, and his life is overwhelmed with technology, yet he's constantly doing physical things and using his body and exercising and getting out in nature.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that my parents really stressed for me early on. They're like, my parents pushed me pretty hard. They're like, you're going to do well in school, and you're going to be on 3 varsity sports teams. And it's
That's
just
it?
Yeah, well, I mean, and a lot of other stuff.
No, but I mean,
but
that you don't have any debate. It's it. This
No,
is the rule.
So it's like that's just what you're going to do. So and I'm super grateful for it. I mean, they weren't very prescriptive, right? I mean, they didn't tell me I had to do computers. They didn't tell me which sports I had to do, but they were like, this is important. But I don't know. I mean, I've found it, especially as the company has scaled and in some ways become more stressful, it's like more important, right? My sort of day is like, it's like, all right, you wake up in the morning, look at my phone, you get like a million messages, right, of stuff that come in. it's usually not good, right? It's, I mean, people reserve the good stuff to tell me in person, right?
Right.
So, but it's like, okay, what's going on in the world that I need to kind of pay attention to that day, or so it's almost like every day you wake up and you're like punched in the stomach, and then it's like, okay, well, fuck, now I need to like go reset myself and be able to kind of be productive and not be stressed about this. So how do I do that? So I go, I read, I take in all the information, and then I go do something physical for an hour or two and just kind of reset myself. And over time, what I've found is that it's not actually just, I used to run a lot, but the problem with running is you can think a lot while you're running. So I've, especially over the last couple of years, I've gotten really into things that require full focus. So, at the beginning of COVID, I mentioned that I spent a bunch of time in Kauai. Our family has a ranch down there, and like I spent a lot of time foiling and surfing. And it's like if you're foiling or surfing and you're on like a wave, you have to pay attention the whole time, right? Or else you're gonna fall and maybe get held under. And it's like that's not a great experience. I don't know if you surf, but
no, I don't. But I tried foiling, and I'm an oaf. I couldn't get on the thing.
Well,
my young daughter is really good at it. My 12-year-old. And she just zooms around and gets on that thing, and I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. it's you're talking about e-foil for that. Yeah, I bet if you tried it for like a few days, you'd get it down pretty well. Yeah.
I tried it for about 3 hours, and I was like, my God, this is awful.
But the actual foiling, not the e-foil. I mean, the e-foil weighs like 40 pounds. An actual foil board maybe weighs like 5 to 10 pounds. So, and after you learn how to foil, flying an e-foil is like, it feels like you're flying a tank through the air or something. But it's like, I don't know, it's a pretty interesting learning curve, but it requires full engagement the whole time.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, that's sort of, this
so
is
it's
sort
cleansing.
of, yeah. And this is sort of how I got into MMA too, is after, now I don't spend as much time in Kauai because things are ramping back up and I'm in the office a lot more. So it's like, all right, there's not as much foiling in Palo Alto. So it's like, all right, what's a thing that is both like just super engaging physically, but also intellectually, and where you can't afford to focus on something else? And I think to some degree, it's like MMA is like the perfect thing, because it's like if you don't, like you stop paying attention for 1 second, you're going to end up on the bottom.
Yeah.
Right. So I've just found that is just really important for me in terms of like what I do and being able to just kind of maintain my energy level, maintain my focus, because then like after, an hour or two of working out or, rolling or wrestling with friends or, training with different folks, it's like, now I'm ready to go solve whatever problem at work for the day, and like I've fully processed all the different news for the day that's come in, and we're just ready to go.
How did you get introduced to martial arts training? Like, how long ago was this?
It was in the last 12 months, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because it was basically I used to just run a lot and just do that, and then basically since COVID, it's like got super into surfing and foiling, then got really into MMA.
So how did you initially approach it? Like, how did you get a trainer? Like, what did you do?
I know a bunch of people who are into it. There's actually this really interesting connection between people who surf and do jiu-jitsu.
Oh yeah.
So
a lot of similarities.
So a bunch of the guys who I do that with, they kind of have gyms in Kauai, and I basically collected a bunch of recommendations, ran them by a bunch of people who I know, and I ended up. I trained with this guy Dave Camarillo.
I know Dave.
Yeah, in Guerrilla Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
And he's awesome.
He's great.
Yeah, super nice guy, and I feel like I'm learning a ton. And the crazy thing is, like, I don't know. I mean, it really is the best sport. I don't. The question isn't how did I get into it. It's how did I not know about it until just now. From the very first session that I did, like 5 minutes in, I was like, where has this been my whole life? It's like, all right, my mom made me do 3 varsity sports, and like my life took a wrong turn when I chose to do fencing competitively instead of wrestling in high school or something, right? It's like it's like there's something that's just so primal about it. That's I don't know. It's and I've since then I've just introduced a bunch of my friends to it, and that's been really fun because now it's like we train together and we just like wrestle together, and I don't know. There's like a certain intensity to it that I like, and it's sort of, I don't know. Maybe it's like there's this cultural thing where maybe a lot of people haven't considered it,
Right.
but I've had 100% hit rate of introducing friends to it and converting them to people who now train. Every single person who I've kind of shown it to is like, this is amazing. This is like obviously how I should be training and working out.
Yeah. That's very impressive that it's 100%. You must have some solid friends. Because a lot of people get turned off by the amount of effort that's involved, but they get excited by the problem solving, which is the more fascinating part, like learning the techniques and focusing on memorizing the techniques and developing the skills, and then drilling. Like that's probably one of the most important things about jiu-jitsu that people don't do enough of is drilling. Like I made some of my biggest leaps in martial arts from like blue belt to purple belt just through constant drilling. I was drilling all the time with my friend Eddie Bravo, so we were always working on techniques, and so I was able to like progress much quicker. And then I noticed when I stopped doing that later, my progress kind of stagnated. It's like there's a real clear correlation between the amount of energy you put into drilling and observing the technique, and then just going through the motion with like someone offering like 20%, 30% resistance. It's just not as fun. Like sparring is the most fun. Like you immediately want to just slap hands and start rolling. It's fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I really trust Dave, and so I think it's also.
Yeah, Dave's great.
Yeah, and I'm also just depending on what's going on in my life and work that day. Like some days I like have the energy to go spar, and some days it's good to just go drill. And you know, it's like, all right, there's a lot going on. There's it's better to just go do something like 20 times in a row.
Both things are important, but if you can force yourself to drill more than you spar, you'll get better.
Yeah.
It's really important. It's like the most important thing, and it's the thing that people do the least of. Because like to really like carve those pathways in your mind, like when someone is in this position, you do that, and then you immediately get your knee in position, you shift your hips. It's just, it gets driven into your programming, so that in the flow of an actual rolling session, it just happens.
Yeah.
You see Tom Hardy just won a bunch of fucking
I did.
matches. Tom Hardy is like an ass kicker. Him and Mario Lopez are out there competing in jiu-jitsu tournaments. Like, this is wild. And they're both like beginners. They're both like blue belts. I'm like, that's incredible.
Well, maybe I'll get there for my 40th birthday in a
You
couple
should
years.
do it. Bourdain did it. He did it when he was like, God, I think he was like 60.
I just think I do a lot of stuff like this with friends, but I also just find like wrestling around with friends is
fun.
Just, it's awesome.
Fun. Yeah, wrestling is fun. Jiu-jitsu is even more fun because it's like wrestling with like finishes. Yeah. I'm excited that you're into it. It's really cool. And I think, it really enhances your enjoyment of watching it on television because you know what's happening.
But there's also like a lot of good parallels, I think, in philosophy for life and work and all that. I mean, both surfing and foiling and jiu-jitsu, MMA, it's like, I think it sort of teaches you about like the flow and momentum of things. And I think business is like this in a similar way, where it's like the hardest thing is knowing when you're in a position where you need to push through versus sort of developing the intuition for when, like, all right, when like the momentum is just going in the other direction. It's like, all right, you're not going to be able to pump over this swell. It's if you keep your weight in this direction, you're going to get swept, right? I do think, I mean, it's a super concrete thing. I think one of the things that's sort of frustrating running a company is like the feedback loops are so long, right? It's like, all right, so I showed you the pre-release version of the new VR headset that we're building. It's like we've been working on that for years, and now it's like, so basically the ideas that went into that, and there's obviously a lot of problem solving even up until now to kind of get it to work well, but the basic principles of, okay, what like big features are we going to prioritize? Made those decisions years ago. And we're not going to know if that's right until maybe a year from now, until we see how that goes. So there's something that I think is sort of, it's difficult in running an enterprise of that scale to like try to learn from things at such a long, such a kind of a long interval. And it's something that I just find super rewarding, is having these parts of what I get to do on a day-to-day basis where you're learning about, like, you get to push on the world or push on other people and get to kind of see how that goes like a second later instead of 4 years later.
Right.
It's like, all right, am I going to be able to like go turn that direction on that wave, or am I just going to get swallowed? Right. So it's, I don't know. I think that having that mix in your life is, it feels really important and healthy to me. And I mean, I try to get my friends into it. I mean, my kids do jujitsu too. I just think it's like really important that they kind of develop all these skills and appreciation for doing physical things, just like my parents taught me. But I don't know. It's, I guess overall, it's like a big part of, I don't know. It's a big part of of who I am, I think. I mean, going back to the other conversation about like, are we just brains and tanks? It's like, no, because this is like the part of, you know, my life that I think it's like this is super fun. Like the building things, it's like that's super engaging too. It's like a very different type of intellectual exercise.
Well, it's also the one-on-one physical connection with a person. I would imagine that your life has got to be very bizarre because you are the head of this enormous platform and you're dealing with so many human beings and so much negativity and positivity and all kinds of fires that you have to put out and all sorts of chaos, and to just have one thing, one person right in front of you is probably really good to sort of clean the pipes out.
Yeah.
Just like clear your mind and have your ability to focus on things sort of like put into perspective.
Yeah.
It's got to be very unmanaged. I mean, I don't know how, I've talked to people about this before. Whenever people talk about like social media sites and they're doing this and they're doing that, I'm like, could you imagine trying to manage at scale 5 billion or whatever it is? How many people are on Facebook?
Facebook is almost 3 billion, but across our different properties, it's like a little more than 3.5 billion.
That's so many people.
Yeah.
That's impossible. Like, no one can manage 5 billion people or 3 billion people or a billion. It's like the numbers are just, they're so absurd. It's so preposterous. It doesn't make any sense. So, like, I would imagine that for your mind, the amount of pressure that's involved in just maintaining, it's like, it has to be like looming over you at all times in the background. Like, it's probably very difficult for you to find things that filter that out.
Yeah, I mean, there's always stuff to work on, right?
Yeah.
So I think a big part of trying to push forward is maintaining enough control of my time to push on the things that, like, I believe need to be advanced for the future rather than being reactive. Like, if my day is primarily consumed with just reacting to things that people are throwing at me. I mean, I can spend all of my time 1,000 times over just reacting to all the things that people throw at me, and I still wouldn't get through the whole list.
Right.
Which, by the way, I mean, I think that that's probably a somewhat extreme version because I'm running this company, but I actually think this is probably true for everyone. I think pretty much every person, I think, has a lot that gets thrown at them, and you can spend all of your time just reacting to that. And I think a lot of what kind of creates the ability to be successful long-term and to build things and change your life and build products that change other people's lives is carving out the time to do stuff that's proactive. And that's both taking care of yourself, right, and kind of and being physical and getting out there and also getting to spend time with my family and my girls and all that. But it's also, I mean, I could spend all of my time just working on the things that we've already built and not trying to advance this vision for the future. But balancing that is important. I mean, it's like I also spend a ton of time on all the social media pieces. It's like they're nowhere near done, right? And there are some awesome evolutions that are happening there with enabling more creators and enabling more people to have a voice there. I mean, the creative economy has sort of exploded over the last few years, and I think it's just at the beginning of like sort of hopefully remaking a lot of the economy for the country and the world, so that way more people can pursue creative endeavors. I think that's just going to be one of the most positive trends that comes out of this decade. So
I agree with you 100% on that. It's really an amazing time for people to be able to carve out an alternative living.
Yeah.
And to do so through social media platforms. And there's so many people using all the platforms that have developed these followings and started businesses, and whether it's in fitness or there's people that are just chefs that they cook online and they share and sell recipes.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that I really admire about what you do is, it seems like you have a real commitment to giving a voice to a lot of different types of people. Right? It feels like a big part of your theme is, you have a lot of people on the show who would just nowhere, no chance that they get the exposure that they get from talking to you elsewhere. And part of the question that I wonder about is in Instagram and in Facebook, you have your follow graph, right? You have your the people you choose to follow, and you have your friends. But can we build AI systems that can also just help recommend better content that you didn't know to follow yet, because it's kind of it's up your alley. It's like aligned with the type of things that you care about, your values, your interests.
Right.
And I just view that kind of confluence of building. It's a very specific AI problem. It's not like this kind of general intelligence AI problem, but I tend to think about things in terms of more specific problems that you can break down and try to deliver value for people. But I think I just love it if in a couple of years, a significant, not the majority, but a significant part of the Instagram and Facebook experiences were basically highlighting different creators who you might be interested in but might have not otherwise seen. And I think that would both be good for people who are using those experiences to discover more people, get more diversity of input into their lives, but also I think can help push that creative economy forward. It's I don't know. That's one of the things that I'm super passionate about right now.
Well, having an algorithm like that could really help. Like, one of the things that Spotify does really well is suggest new music.
Yeah.
So if you like
Love
a certain,
Spotify.
I love how they do that. Where if you like a certain kind of music, and you develop these playlists, they'll start recommending you music. And I found out about so many different bands that I would never know about before. I think it's really the thing that gets people with algorithms is that algorithms today have this negative connotation to them, and people there's a lot of argument that algorithms cause dissent and cause arguments and cause strife, and that people are focusing only on the things that upset them. But the real problem with that is that they're not taught how to think and focus on things. Because what the algorithms pick up on is essentially, what are you spending the most time on? Well, if you're spending the most time on carpentry and parasailing and deep sea fishing, that's what the algorithm's going to recommend to you. Like my friend Ari, we went through this experiment where he only Googled puppies. And he only YouTube puppies, and that's all they recommended him. Like, YouTube videos was all just puppies, and he's like, see, like, all this stuff that people are saying, like, oh, the algorithms are tearing us apart. Like, no, we're tearing us apart. The algorithms just highlight the things that you're interested in. It's not like the algorithm's some tricky program designed by the communist government to try to get you to argue with each other. No, you're arguing. You like to argue.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the algorithms can also obviously be designed better or worse. So, one of the things that I'm pushing on a lot right now is there's this idea in designing recommendation systems of explore versus exploit. In that it's like, okay, if someone has spent a bunch of time, searching for puppies, they like puppies, so if you show them a puppy video, they'll probably engage with that. But if you only show them puppy videos, over the long term, you're missing an opportunity to understand what other things that they're interested in. So even though it might not be kind of ideal for the experience today, carving off 5%, 10% of basically the experience to just try to expose people to different things to see if they're interested in that too, ends up paying long-term dividends. So I do think that like these systems done well, if you design them with a long-term perspective and you're not just trying to kind of maximize engagement today, but you're really trying to understand what people care about and who people want to become and what their values are, I think you can build some stuff that gets really good over time. But I do think that the design of the system and the values that go into it matters quite a bit too.
I think so too. I'm not neither pro nor con algorithms or recommendations. I think it's a fascinating aspect of social media, but I do think that there are certain people that, unfortunately, when they get excited about a thing or when they start going online, they generally gravitate towards things that irritate them and upset them. And that's the big concern that many people have with algorithms and with the use of social media, Twitter in particular, is that people are using it and getting upset, and it's creating more tension and more of a divide.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting to think about these services not just in terms of the information that is conveyed, but as a product designer, a big part of what you're designing is the emotional experience that people have using it. So, like, I just don't want to build something that makes people super angry.
Right.
And I think that these things have different charges to them, right? I mean, Twitter, I agree. It's like you're on it, and it's the plus side of it is that you get all these people who are super witty and are saying super insightful things, but a lot of them are very cutting, right? And I find that it's hard to spend a lot of time on Twitter without getting too upset. On the flip side, I think Instagram is a super positive space. It's almost I think some of the critique that we get there is that it's very curated and potentially in some ways overly positive. But I think the energy on Instagram is generally very positive, and it's easy to spend time there and kind of just like absorb a lot of the positivity.
I think that's true, but how did that happen?
Well,
like, why is Instagram generally friendlier?
I mean, so I think that it's the design of the system, but it's but one thing is I think images are a little less cutting usually and kind of critical than text. I think the news in general is often negative. I think the incentives of the news industry are often to I think just the mission of the news industry is to kind of speak truth to power and highlight things, like hold people accountable. So I think that even if you're looking at it from that perspective, I think a lot of the stuff is like it's generally has this very critical tone to it. But like with everything, there's just a balance. If you spend your whole life living in criticism, then that's super negative. But I think that what we've tried to do with Facebook is have a little bit of both, right? I mean, Facebook has images and videos, but it also has news, and the part of it that's probably the most critical, where we probably have the most controversies around the more newsy type stuff, the more political type stuff. And over time, I mean, I've generally just felt like, hey, that's not even what people in our community tell us that they want, right? People say that they come here because they want to connect with other people and explore interests, and so I just want to emphasize that more of it. But like, there's some very intentional decisions that you can make in terms of designing this stuff. So, for example, now on Facebook, when you're reacting to a post, you in addition to liking it, you can heart it, you can like give it kind of an angry emotion. And one of the decisions that we've basically made is if someone kind of gives an angry reaction, we actually don't even count that in terms of whether to show that to someone else, or maybe we even discount it, right? So it's if you could kind of view it as, okay, someone chose that they like were interested in this post and chose to give an angry reaction, but we just don't want to amplify anger, right? That's like not what I kind of view us as here to do. So we're just going to basically take that signal and like not use it to show the post to more people.
So how do you do that? Like, how do you decide, like, what if it's anger, but it's justifiable anger?
Yeah, I think that that's exactly the right question. Is basically, when I was making that decision internally, a bunch of teams were like, well, there is a lot of stuff that's wrong in the world, and people should be angry about that. And it's like, yeah, I think that's fair, but I'm not here to design a service that makes people angry. Right. So I kind of think that there's a balance, and it's not like there's not going to be any angry stuff. I mean, people can still react and say that something is negative if they don't like it, but I don't view our job as going and needing to kind of amplify all that stuff.
So why do you have the option to have an angry response?
Well, I think it's good for people to be able to convey it.
Is it like a thumbs down?
Yeah, it's like an angry emoji face.
Angry emoji face. And so obviously there's the option to have angry comments, which is just people's ability to express themselves.
Yeah. But we basically choose to, if someone likes something, or if a friend chooses to share something, we use that as a signal to say, hey, this might be something that you're interested in because someone reacted to this, right? It's like a friend had some kind of emotional reaction to this and thought it was interesting enough to engage with, so you might also think it's interesting to engage with. But we try to intentionally mute the kind of angry reactions, just because that's just not what we're trying to do in the world.
I appreciate that. What do you think about the argument that algorithms in general, because the fact that they sort of appeal to human nature, like they amplify the things that you're interested in, and unfortunately people are interested oftentimes in things that upset them. What do you think about the argument that this is whether it's too influential or it has too much impact on people, and that a better solution would be to just let everything exist how it exists and don't have any kind of algorithm, and let people find what they find and share what they share and just let it exist in sort of the free market of ideas?
Yeah, so we actually started there, right? Because at the beginning we didn't have the technology to do this kind of ranking. And the very first thing that you run into is if you don't do any kind of ranking, the system gets gamed in different ways. So if you're not ranking anything, the most recent stuff shows up at the top. So what do you get? You get a bunch of businesses that want to make sure that you see their stuff, so they just post constantly. They post like 50 times a day, so that way they've always posted something within the last 10 or 20 minutes. That way it's always at the top of feed. The other thing that you get is like, you miss obviously really important stuff. All right, so like my cousin is pregnant, and when she has a baby, she's going to post about that, and like that post better be at the top of my feed because I don't want to miss that, right? It's like I want that update, and we know that that's valuable even without knowing the even if we don't understand the kind of specific content of what she posted. There's going to be a ton of people commenting congrats and a ton of hearts and positive reactions.
So that's the question there. Like, how does that enter into the algorithm? Like, if you're going to favor something like your cousin's baby being born, how would you go about doing that? And how does the AI figure out that your cousin just had a baby and that this should be in all the people that follow her, should be in all their feeds, because they would want to know, yay, she had the baby.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is just, there's a lot of signals that go into it, but at a simple level, you can kind of just look at who are the people who you care about and what do they find interesting. So what are they commenting on? What are they clicking on? What are they liking or hearting? Those are some of the big signals, right? And then there's some kind of content-based stuff, like we have a sense that you're interested in this type of thing or that you really hate politics or whatever, so we're going to show you a little bit less of that. But in general, the thing that will differentiate that cousin's baby was just born post is that even if our system has no idea what the post means, that post will almost certainly just have a ton of likes and comments on it that have a positive reaction. So that will just tell us, okay, if your friends made 500 posts today, that's the one that has the most kind of positivity around it. We should probably show that more prominently. So I think at a basic level, a system that didn't do that stuff would clearly be an inferior system, right? You don't want businesses spamming, and you don't want to miss obviously important stuff.
Is there a way to stop businesses from spamming, that you could just limit the amount of times they could post in a day?
I mean, there are a bunch of things like this that we've tried over time. I mean, we I mean, but then you start getting into some things that are basically pretty algorithmic or rules based, which is like, you start trying to, rank stuff based on the kind of quality of the posts, right? Or sort of how much engagement they make. I mean, I guess you could tell people they can't share more than this amount, but I don't know. It kind of feels to me like you want to create a system. I mean, there are certain creators who do pump out a large amount of content, and I'm not sure that you want to stop that.
Right.
I think you just want a system that can basically titrate it and show people the amount of it that they're interested in.
It's such an immense responsibility, and the fact that it's a private company in some ways troubles some people, because you have this ability to control the flow of information, and that's really never existed before, where there's been, like, obviously social media is very new, that's never existed before, and then having a company that's run by human beings that have the ability to decide what gets broadcast, what gets its signal amplified, what gets suppressed, all that stuff is it concerns a lot of people, because it's basically just individual human beings with their own biases and their own perspectives and their own view of the world, and they have the ability to either slow down or ramp up or suppress or amplify so many different ideas, and in turn that can literally shape the way the cultural narrative goes on any given subject. What is it like having that kind of responsibility? Because it seems to me that would be an immense burden, that would be like a lot of thought would be involved in, like, what are the negative consequences of the choices that we make? What are the positive consequences of the choices we make? Because, as you said, you're controlling the signal of 3+ billion people. That is so astounding to even say.
Well, I think the important thing is that I don't exactly look at it the way that you said. I view our job as empowering people to be able to express what they want and get the content that they want. And whenever we try to exert some kind of opinion that's different from what people want, our products do worse. And we exist in a very competitive space. I mean, we have TikTok that's growing incredibly quickly. And there's a whole lot of other companies. We talked about Twitter before. You talked about Snap. YouTube is huge, and people spend a ton of time on it. And there's just like new social products all the time. So if we don't empower people and help people get and advance their own goals, then we lose over time. So I kind of think that obviously serving a lot of people is a big responsibility, and we take that super seriously. But we also appreciate and respect that this is like a very competitive marketplace, and our role in it is not to kind of imprint our opinion, but to empower people. And that's sort of the ethos where we started the company. Is, I mean, the initial mission statement is give people the power to share and make the world more open and connected. And we've evolved that over time to now making it around building community and bringing people and bringing the world closer together. But it's fundamentally that notion of giving people the power and empowering people is like really deep in the ethos of the company. And I think whenever we mess that up, which we do frequently, we pay the price for it, and people don't like those things that we do, and then we have to run them back.
Well, that goes back to managing at scale, right? Because you're just dealing with so many different people. But what I'm saying essentially is, like, I do agree that you are giving people the ability and the power to express themselves, and if you don't do it correctly, they're going to go to the competitors. But it's still an immense responsibility if there are choices being made as to, like, what gets amplified, what gets suppressed, what gets removed from the platform. And I'm sure there has to be some pretty intense conversations about how this is managed and handled, and the burden of that must be tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different parts of what you just said. I mean, I think in terms of kind of helping people discover the things that they want, I think that's a pretty different wing of what we do than the policy setting of what is not allowed, which I think is in a lot of ways I think, a more controversial piece, because in the what's not allowed, you have to get into the nuances of specific types of content, whereas in terms of the recommendation systems, you kind of want to build those to be agnostic of the type of content, right? It's like, I don't, like, if I see that a team is trying to promote some type of content over another, they're almost certainly doing something wrong that is going to make us worse than a competitor in terms of effectiveness of our product, because you should just build this technology in a way that is agnostic and lets people express the interests and things that they want, and gives them that. And then every once in a while, I think that there are some editorial decisions that often they're important enough that I have to make them, right? Like that thing that we talked about before, which is like, I just don't want there to be as much anger, so we're going to like not take into account the angry reaction. You know, it's probably the case that there would be more engagement on the platform if we didn't, right? It's like people are expressing something and we're choosing to not listen to that thing. So at some level, it probably makes the product somewhat less engaging, but that's an example of an editorial decision that it's like, at some level, you know, we're here not just to focus on what content people see, but the kind of emotional sense. But I try to make those very few, just because the technology can enable a vast breadth of interests that different people have. And I think part of how you build something that can serve billions of people is by not telling people what to think, right? And basically having humility and basically, I don't know, just valuing humanity and like in valuing that people can believe different things and that those beliefs are probably grounded in real lived experiences that they had and aren't the result of them being tricked or something like that. It's like they believe what they believe for a reason, and like and it's kind of good to generally let people express that. I don't know. That's a pretty deeply held belief that I have.
One of the things that's got to be bizarre about having a platform like Facebook is that you know that there are foreign actors that are utilizing the platform to either spread propaganda or to start arguments, or, you know, we read once that I think it was 19 of the top 20 Christian sites on Facebook were run by a troll farm.
I didn't see that one.
It's pretty crazy. The amount of resources that are put into creating fake pages or pages that don't really represent real people but promote certain ideologies or certain political agendas, and that they'll use these and start arguments with people. And you don't even realize the people think they're arguing with real people. They're reading the opinions of real people.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a guy with a bank of phones in Macedonia.
Yeah. No. So we call this.
Here it is. 19 of 20 Christian Facebook pages are fake.
Yeah. So we call what you're talking about coordinated inauthentic behavior. So basically these
coordinated
inauthentic behavior. So it's basically like coordinated, right? It's like some of these policy acronyms that we come up with, they have to be very specific, right?
I get it.
But basically we have a team of hundreds of like counterterrorism and counterintelligence people who basically try to look for these different signals to find. And like you said, a lot of this is, I mean, that one that you were just mentioning, I don't know who's behind those fake pages, but in the Macedonian troll farms were basically a bunch of spammers who created fake pages, and they wanted people to click on them so they can make money from the ads. So that one's actually pretty easy to disrupt, because you just make it so that they can't use the ads to monetize anymore, and their whole economic incentive goes away and they sort of dry up. Dealing with nation states is a lot harder because they're more kind of ideological or, you know, sovereignty motivated. So there, I think you just kind of need to be very vigilant, and it's more of an arms race, and you just kind of are building up better technology for defense, and you assume that they're going to keep on getting more sophisticated, and you keep on needing to get better. But I mean, at this point, we have like, it's like tens of thousands of people working on this at the company. I think we spend like $5 billion a year was the last stat on sort of all this community integrity work. I mean, it's like our kind of defense budget. It's like, I mean, just to put the numbers in perspective.
I love how you call it a defense budget.
I mean, it's basically, it's like, I mean, it's to defend the integrity of the community. But it's like, I mean, it is, I think, bigger than the defense budgets of probably most countries. But and this is obviously a super critical part of what we need to do. But then, there's also this important set of philosophical discussions, which is like, all right, so I think almost everyone will agree that like that's bad, right? Like you don't want, countries basically creating networks of bots trying to convince people of stuff. You don't want terrorism, right? You don't want child pornography. Like you don't want people inciting literal violence. But then the question is, okay, so you build these capabilities to try to find this stuff, and it's a combination of basically humans, really expert humans, and really powerful AI systems working together. But like sometimes they get it wrong, and then we end up taking down accounts that we weren't supposed to take down, and that sucks, right? Because then we're kind of getting in the way of people expressing legitimate things, and there's no system is ever going to be perfect. So the question is, do you want more false positives or false negatives? Do you want there to be more kind of fake Christian pages, or do you want to accidentally take down I don't know, what was the example recently of like the comedian who had a profile photo that had a kind of a gun in it, and the that we accidentally took down this guy's page that we were talking about this before.
Kill Tony?
Yeah,
the Kill Tony podcast.
Yeah, so it's like, all right, so some like AI system was just like, all right, like that's clearly violence, right? It's like the profile picture like literally has a kind of rifle sight and a gun. It shows the guy dying. So it's like, so I mean that sucks. Like I mean this is some of the stuff that this like hurts me, right? Because like when we take down something that we're not supposed to, I mean that is like, that's the worst. I mean,
how
that's
do you
like
discern? Like how, like say like these Christian Facebook pages. I don't know how they found out that 19 of 20 were fake, but if someone just says I am Bob Smith and they post as Bob Smith and they have a photograph but really what they're doing is trying to talk shit about Joe Biden and get people to vote Republican in the midterms. Like how do you know whether someone's real or not? Like this is the big argument with Elon and Twitter, because Elon asked Twitter, like, what percentage of your website is filled with bots? And they say 5%, and he says, I don't believe you. I think it's higher. And let's find out how you've come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
And I believe they said that they just took 100 random Twitter pages and looked at the interaction, and there's some sort of an algorithm they applied to it. But how do you discern?
Yeah, so I mean, I think estimating the overall prevalence is one thing, but I think that the question of looking at a page and is this page authentic, I think that there's a bunch of signals around that. One of the things that we try to do is for large pages, we try to make sure that we know who the admin of that page is. We don't necessarily, you should be able to run an anonymous page. You don't necessarily need to out yourself and say who you are running it, but we want to make sure that we sort of have like an identity for that person on file, so that way we know, like at least behind the scenes, that person is real. For certain political things, I think having a sense of what country they're originating from, I mean, some of that you can do just by looking at where their server traffic comes from, like is the IP address coming from Romania, or because if it's like an ad in some other country's election, then you probably want to make sure that ad is especially in countries that have laws around that, are coming from someone who's a valid citizen, or like at least in that place. So there's a bunch of, I think, I don't know, one theme in my worldview around this stuff, when it gets to some of the stuff that we talked about before, is like, I don't think that this stuff is black and white, or that you're ever going to have like a perfect AI system. I think it's all trade-offs all the way down, right? And you could build a system, and you can either be overly aggressive and capture a higher percent of the bad guys, but then also by accident take out some number of good guys, or you could be a little more lenient and say, okay, no, the cost of taking out any number of good guys is too high, so we're going to tolerate having just a little bit more more bad guys on the system. These are values questions, right, around what do you value more, and those are super tricky questions. And part of what I've struggled with around this is I didn't get into this to basically judge those things. I got into this to design technology that helps people connect, right? It's like, and like, I mean, you could probably tell when we spent the first hour talking about the metaverse and the future of basically building this whole technology roadmap to basically give people this realistic sense of presence. It's like, that's what I'm here to do, right? So this whole thing that's like arbitrating what is okay and what is not, I obviously have to be involved in that because this is at some level, you know, I run the company and I can't just abdicate that. But I also don't think that as a matter of governance, you want all of that decision making vested in one individual. So I think one of the things that, you know, our country and our government gets right is the separation of powers. So, you know, one of the things that I tried to create is we created this oversight board. It's an independent board that basically we appointed people whose kind of paramount value is free expression, but they also balance that with things like when is there going to be real harm to others in terms of safety or privacy or other human rights issues. And basically that board, people in our community can appeal cases to when they think that we got it wrong, and that board actually gets to make the final binding decision, not us. So in a way, I actually think that that is a more legitimate form of governance than having just a team internally that makes these decisions, or, you know, maybe some of them go up to me, although I don't spend a ton of my time on this on a day-to-day basis. But like, I think it's generally good to have some kind of separation of powers where you're architecting the governance so that way you have different stakeholders and different people who can make these decisions, and it's not just like one private company that's making decisions even about what just happens on our platform.
How do you guys handle things when they're a big news item that's controversial? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York Post.
Yeah, we had that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. We thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely...
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful. But I mean, but basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. You know, obviously this is a hyper-political issue, so depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor enough or censored it way too much. But we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought, hey, look, if the FBI, which, you know, I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's like very professional law enforcement, they come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
When something like that turns out to be real, is there regret for not having it evenly distributed and for throttling the distribution of that story?
What do you mean evenly distributed?
I mean evenly in that it's not suppressed. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because it turned out after the fact. I mean, the fact checkers looked into it. No one was able to say it was false, right? So basically, it had this period where it was getting less distribution. So yeah. I mean, but I think like, I think it sucks though. I think in the same way that probably having to go through like a criminal trial but being proven innocent in the end sucks. Like, it still sucks to have like that you had to go through a criminal trial, but at the end you're free. So it's I don't know if the answer would have been don't do anything or don't have any process. I think the process was pretty reasonable. You know, we still let people share it, but obviously you don't want situations like that.
Well, it's certainly much more reasonable than Twitter's stance, and it's probably also the case of armchair quarterbacking, right? Or at least Monday morning quarterbacking, I should say. Because in the moment, you had reason to believe, based on the FBI talking to you, that it wasn't real and that there was going to be some propaganda. So what do you do?
Yeah.
And then if you just let it get out there, and what if it changes the election and it turns out to be bullshit? That's a real problem. And I would imagine that those kind of decisions are the most difficult. The decisions of, like, what is allowed and what is not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, what would you do in that situation?
I don't know what I would do. I would have to, like, really thoroughly... Well, first of all, you're dealing with the New York Post, which is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. So I would say I would want to talk to someone from the New York Post, and I would say, how did you come up with this data? Like, where are you getting the information from? How do you know whether or not this is correct? And then you have to make a decision, because they might have got duped. It's hard because everybody wants to look at it after the fact. Now that we know that the laptop was real and then it was a legitimate story and there is potential corruption involved with him, what we think, oh, that should not have been restricted, that should not have been banned from sharing on Twitter. Right. I think everybody agrees with that. Even Twitter agrees with that. But the thing is, then they didn't think that. In the beginning, they thought it was fake. So what do? Like, if something comes along and the Republicans cook up some scheme to make it look like Joe Biden's a terrible person, and they only do it so that they can win the election, but it's really just propaganda, what are you supposed to do with that? You're supposed to not allow that to be distributed. So if they think that's the case, it makes sense to me that they would try to stop it. But I just don't think that they looked at it hard enough. When the New York Post is talking about it, you know, they're pretty smart about what they release and what they don't release. If they're going over some data from a laptop and you could talk to a person, but again, like, this is just one story, like one individual story. Like, how many of these pop up every day, especially in regards to polarizing issues like climate change or COVID or you know, foreign policy or Ukraine? Anytime there's like a really controversial issue where some people think that it's imperative that you take a very specific stance and you can't have the other stance. Mm-hmm. Like, those moments on social media, those trouble a lot of people because they don't know why certain things get censored or certain things get promoted.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's like, to be in your spot. And one of the things that I really wanted to talk to you about is this, because, like, to be in your spot must be insanely difficult. To have, no matter what decision you make, you're going to have a giant chunk of people that are upset at you. And there might be a right way to handle it, but I don't know what the fuck right way is.
Well, I think the right way is to establish principles for governance that try to be balanced and not have the decision-making too centralized. Because I think that it's hard for people to accept that, like, some team at Meta or that I personally am making all these decisions. And I think people should be skeptical about so much concentration around that. So that's why a lot of the innovation that I've tried to push for in governance is around things like establishing this oversight board. So that way you have people who are luminaries around expression from all over the world, but also in the U.S. You know, I mean, folks like Michael McConnell, is a stand
me some our Lord's car. My lord, Rykard.
Biden case that you talked about before, I don't want our company to decide what's misinformation and what's not. So when we work with third parties and basically let different organizations do that. Now, I mean, then you have the question of, are those organizations biased or not? And that's a very difficult question, but at least we're not the ones who are basically sitting here deciding. We're not the ministry of truth for the world that's deciding whether everything is true or not. So I'd say this is not a solved problem. Controversies aren't going away. I think that it is interesting that the U.S. Is actually more polarized than most other countries. So I think sitting in the U.S., it's easy to extrapolate and say, hey, it probably feels this way around the whole world. And from the social science research that I've seen, that's not actually the case. There's a bunch of countries where social media is just as prominent, but polarization is either flat or has declined slightly. So there's something kind of different happening in the U.S. But for better or worse, I mean, it does seem like the next several years do seem like they're set up to be quite polarized. So I tend to agree with you. There are going to be a bunch of different decisions like this that come up because of the scale of what we do. Almost every major world event has some angle that's like the Facebook or Instagram or WhatsApp angle about how the services are used in it. So, yeah, I think just establishing as much as possible independent governance, so that way, it's I'll obviously have to be involved. Our teams, Nick Clegg, who I appointed to be the president for all the policy issues for the company. I mean, he was formerly the deputy prime minister in the UK, a successful politician there, and kind of very well versed in kind of government and all those political issues. We'll have to do some part of this, but I think also kind of getting to more and more independent governance is going to be an important part of how we deal with this.
Why do you think the United States is more polarized? Like, what do you think is happening over here that's causing that?
I think that's. I mean, I'll speculate, but I think that there are people who've studied and thought about this a lot more. I think there's probably a media environment issue that predates the internet, right? So I think we have sort of, it seems like, I don't want to say uniquely because we're probably not the only country that has this, but in terms of having some of the news is so far left and some of it is so far right, I think, there's all this talk about filter bubbles on the internet, but I mean, I think even predating this, like going back to the 70s or 80s when Fox News and all these other, cable, these kind of prominent media organizations were established, I think that has had a long-term effect and people have studied that. But there might also be something about just the way that our governance is set up where, we have two parties, right? We have these primaries that basically, make it so that, it's almost like you're not promoting people who are trying to be kind of the centrist. Yeah. You're basically promoting people who are the extreme of their party. So I think that there are really sensible reforms like open primaries, right? That I think would probably have a pretty big impact on the political culture in the country. And some of these other countries that are a little bit more parliamentary, by definition, just allow there to be more candidates on more parts of the spectrum. Yeah. But I want to be careful about not talking too far out of school because I'm not a political scientist. But I've obviously spent a little bit of time thinking about this because I think a lot of people want to point to social media as the primary cause of this, and I just think when you look at the fact that polarization has been rising in the U.S. since before the internet, that just makes it seem like it's very unlikely that social media is kind of the prime mover here. And then if you look at the fact that there are all these other countries around the world where social media is used just as much, yet the polarization is flat or just not growing that quickly, or in some places even going down, kind of suggests that really is not the primary thing that's going on. So I don't know. I mean, it's a really tough set of questions.
I think you're dead on with the open primary idea, because this idea that it's only party loyalists that get to vote on each side, you're promoting this ideological adherence instead of reasonable ideas that people can enjoy or not enjoy and resonate with or not. I think I don't think social media is to blame, but I think social media for a lot of people, it accentuates the divide because it gives them more time to immerse themselves with it. And I think it's an unfortunate aspect of some people that they spend a lot of time distracted on things that don't immediately affect them.
Yeah.
But those things become their main focus in life.
Yeah.
And I think that's a distraction. That's like almost like a form of procrastination that people get involved with. And it just seems like a natural thing with people. And I think it's a time management issue, and I think it's a discipline issue. And I think some people have never really been taught time management or discipline, especially in regards to the type of information that you take in. They just like see something that upsets them. What is that? What's going on? Why are they doing that? And then they just get upset, and then that's their whole day. And I see things as in terms of like I'm very careful with time management, because like anything that's going to take up too much time, that's not net benefit, that's not I'm not enjoying, or is it going to wind up being a negative thing, I'm not interested. But I've developed this over time to recognize like that's a trap. Get out of there. Like you can't put out all the fires.
Yeah.
You will be a fireman all day long. There's no way. If you just want to be upset at things and just engage with things that will upset you, there is no shortage of news stories. There's no shortage of political issues. There's no shortage of everything. And you have to figure out time management and discipline. And some people never do. And I think that's more of the problem than social media and algorithms and all these different things that people are blaming for our woes. More of the problem is a lack of education, like explaining to people that if you're awake for 1 hour, during that hour, it is your choice what to think and focus on. In 24 hours, it's the same thing, you're just spreading it out. You decide what to do. Now, if you want to spend all of your time going back and forth on Roe v. Wade on Twitter, good luck. Go do that. But you're not going to change the landscape. That's what voting's for. You're not going to change people's opinions. Like if you want to make interesting videos and post them on Facebook, okay. If you want to like talk about things and have a perspective that you think is like really well formed and it's compelling, go ahead and make that. But if you get sucked into that world of just looking for things to complain about, that's really you. You don't have to do that. No one's forcing you to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think your point around what do people have control over is really important, because I think the people who are happy and productive, I think, tend to focus on things that they have some agency over.
Yes.
And it's not that the other issues aren't important, right? And national civic issues, I mean, they matter, but there probably is a healthy balance where, I mean, this just goes back to the time management conversation we were having before, which, I mean, you can spend all your day and more 1,000 times over just reacting to things that are going on in the world. But I do think there's really a thing around kind of narrowing the aperture in your life to like what's around you, the people you care about. I don't know. I think that does drive a lot of happiness for people. And so I think it's one of the interesting questions is how do we balance now having access to like an just historically unprecedented amount of information about issues that are going on in other places, which on the one hand drives, in theory, it should drive more transparency and accountability and energy towards those things. But I mean, maybe that just needs to that energy needs to come over balanced over a longer period of time or something. Like I tend to think that all the transparency that we've gotten from social media will lead to good progress on a lot of things, but I do think it can, if you just focus on kind of broader issues and not, and if you don't focus, like I do think that there's a certain thing about people's happiness that has to come from what's right around you in your world.
Most definitely. And that's not to say that you shouldn't get upset about important issues, and express yourselves. It's just a matter of like how much time you're spending on it.
Yeah.
And unless you're really disciplined and really careful with your time, you can get sucked into these things, and you could waste your life like just arguing with people online. And I don't think it's healthy for folks. For entertainers and comedians in particular, it's really bad. Like, I see so many comedians that get so much anxiety from like reading comments and going back and forth with people who are like talking shit to them on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I always tell them, like, don't do that. Like, it's really bad for you.
Yeah, no, I struggle with this too.
Do you?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, some of this is it's free product feedback.
Right.
So, I mean, so like, I actually think this is like one of the hard things about it. You don't want to be so closed that you're not listening to criticism, because then you're not going to grow.
Right.
But I think finding people and outlets that will provide criticism, but from a place of actually trying to help you grow rather than tear you down, is very rare. So I don't know, I struggle with this. I do sometimes feel like I need to, I do want to try to understand all of the different perspectives that people have, but I think the thing that's tough is that a lot of those people aren't necessarily trying to help us build something better, right? So,
Yeah.
and there is just a lot of negativity in it, like, gets to you, right? And I think that there's a question of balance where, you know, at what point are you kind of better off? And it's like, yeah, you want to push forward on the things you believe in, but you don't want to, you know, put on blinders and not consider alternative viewpoints. But then you could spend all your time looking at critique that's not necessarily trying to be constructive, and then that's just going to be super negative for your mental health. So yeah, I mean, I think probably a lot of the happiest and most productive people, or at least they're I don't think you're ever going to carve out, I don't think you should want to close off all that stuff completely, but I think at least being able to carve out a good amount of your day to be able to focus on like what you want to push forward and like things in your life that matter I think that's just really important to like, I don't know, being a grounded person.
I think it's also important to establish an ethic where you communicate with people online the same way you communicate with them if they were in a room with you. And I think that is not something that a lot of people adhere to. People, they talk to people on Twitter like it's not a real human, they don't have real feelings, and you're just trying to say the most biting and mean and cutting thing that you can.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. And I don't do that. I used to engage in it. Like, I'd used to argue with people back and forth, and then I realized, like, what am I doing? Like, this is not good. I always feel like shit. I never feel good. Even if I win the arguments, it doesn't feel good. You're filled with anxiety, and then a new fire starts up in the comments. You know, like someone else will jump in, and then you got a new opponent, and like, what are you doing? Like, well, that's a massive resource problem. Like, it's a giant issue in whether or not you want to focus on important things in life, or whether you want to like win these little verbal battles between people on Twitter or Facebook. It's just it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's just for allocation of resources. It's a terrible idea.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, what we hear from our community is that that's not what people want to spend their time. So I think that there is, I think that, you know, part of the challenge in designing products is sometimes what people tell you that they want to spend their time on is different than what they actually do spend their time on.
I'm sure.
But I think a lot of the time, even if people's revealed preferences of what they actually spend their time on are different, there's some truth and aspiration to what they think they want to spend their time on, that like there is some long-term value in helping out with that too. So that's why I've just consciously tried to, you know, just downplay a lot of the political controversy on the services a bit. And, you know, it's like, what do people come to our services for? It's connecting with other people, right? I mean, there's and expressing what matters to you, which, I mean, for most people isn't some kind of big global issue. It's like something that matters in their life, like what's going on with my kid's life. You know, how's my wife doing? You know, what's going on in my local community, right? And I don't know, I think that there's something that's powerful about being able to focus more on that and be a bit more grounded in that. And it's not that we do that perfectly, but I do think social media tends to allow that a lot more than previous mass media did, because by definition, mass media just had to focus on issues that concerned a lot of people at once, whereas
I think one of the best parts of social media is that it is so inherently local to, just what matters to you and your friend group. I mean, what's more kind of local to you than like the specific people that you have relationships with? I mean, that's that's the appeal. That's why so many people use it.
Very good point. And also the interesting aspect of social media,
which I get into in that video, which I'm sure you're not interested in watching. It's totally fine. But I'm not talking about other people having to do a lot to maintain you. I'm talking about maintaining yourself highly. I'm talking about not being a slob, not being lazy. And by the way, just to clarify, my channel is not showing how elegant I think my lifestyle is. It's actually trying to encourage other people to at least embark on a more elegant life. And I personally think that will bring people a lot more happiness. Oh, it's a very, very long story. And I think that Brian will fall asleep if
what's the Reader's Digest version?
Well, I think that...
And if you don't know what the Reader's Digest version is, you can take a second to text the 96-year-old guy that you're with. He'll tell you what a Reader's Digest is if you don't know what
Andrew,
it is. But basically, we're taking a long story and we're going to condense it down so that we all know what it is very quickly.
I'm 28. I'm not a child. I know what Reader's Digest is, okay? My grandmother had it in her house.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, my husband is extremely intelligent, and he's not reading Reader's Digest, but whatever. Just to summarize, I think that the world has become more and more casual, and I think the casualization of society is actually part of the downfall of society. And that's why I think to me, elegance means wholesomeness. It means doing things properly, doing things well, caring about the way you speak and treat others, good manners, making other people comfortable. That's the way that society can coexist together properly, and we've lost that largely.
Is it elegant to argue with a bunch of men on a podcast?
Andrew, I'm here to help make the show, right? And if I'm just sitting here with my mouth shut, it's not entertaining. I'm here to talk.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that that's true. I'm not disputing that. I'm just asking you about the idea of elegance.
I don't think that the way that I've been explaining myself has been inelegant in any way. I don't think elegance means necessarily being silent.
Well, I mean, do you think that elegance means articulation or articulence? Because I don't think that those are the same words. So, yeah, you might have articulated yourself well, but what does that have to do with elegance?
Elegance, it's basically just the entirety of who you are. It's the entirety of what you believe in. It's like basically like good manners and good etiquette combined, and then also just generally carrying yourself in a way that's respectable. And I think a lot of people are sloppy, lazy, disgusting, gross, and it's ruining our society. And I think it's also, let's be honest, men don't want to be with a woman that's sloppy and gross. Most men probably wouldn't want to be with a kind of a prissy person like myself. That's fine, because I found somebody that absolutely cherishes it and nurtures that. But I do think that elegance doesn't mean having a bad attitude and being snotty. It's about being conscientious and being kind, and also saying no, having boundaries. Because I think being just someone that gets walked all over, that's a low maintenance person, and that's not elegant. So it takes a long time to explain this. It's not a simple concept. And again, I don't want to put everyone to sleep here yapping about it.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Right, yeah, I tried not to, but then he pursued it, sorry.
I did ask for the Reader's Digest version.
Right, and how long did I just talk? 2 minutes?
I don't know, it's a lot longer than any Reader's Digest article I've read.
I don't know, I haven't really sat there and read Reader's Digest. I just know about it. Just like cassette tapes, I know about those.
They do exist.
I know about them.
Moving things on then, also in your pre-show notes, you said women should dress and behave the way a man wants, obviously within logical reason, to attract a man. Why not? Do you want to be married or taken by a man? Then it only makes sense to be someone he wants to be with. Some people might take that too far and pretend to be someone they're not. And that's not what I'm suggesting. If a man likes red lipstick, wear it. If he likes heels, wear them. It's not rocket science. It's widely accepted that a woman can change how a man dresses, behaves, domesticate him, etc.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, if you say that the woman should bow, I think she should.
I agree. I 100% agree. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's women, and men can be this way too, but we're talking about women right now. women are very delusional. I don't know why they. If you want to attract a man, you have to do what he wants. And sometimes you don't know, but you can listen. And that's the thing is, I do think the art of seduction, and in a more innocent way, I don't mean necessarily in a sexual way, but the art of seduction, I think, does require a woman's pursuit. Like Andrew was talking about earlier, it's the signals. And I think the way that you're dressing and presenting yourself to please him is a way that you pursue a man, and it's one of the signals. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
Word. Okay. Cool.
Word.
All right. Then anyone have objections to her thing? Okay. Let's see. Bringing it to Ashley. Not really dating related. I just saw this really quickly on your Instagram. You like to talk to people in the sauna?
Yeah.
The fuck? You talk to people in the sauna?
Yeah, it's actually a really good opportunity.
Like, do you go to a sauna at the gym, or?
Well, yeah. Like after my workout, I'll go sometimes, or before, and
I think
small
it's
talk.
rude to talk to people in the sauna.
No, I'm very aware. Like, if I'm not going to just talk to everybody, I'm not that person, because sometimes I don't want to be talked to, and so I do my cues of like I'm in my zone. But if people are like, "Good morning," I'm like, "Oh, good morning," and then they're still, I feel like I'm socially aware. But yeah, I like conversations in the sauna.
All right. Anyways, not gonna linger on that one. Last time you were on, I think, what was the big thing that we got into a debate about? Was it the bullet thing? Was it the bullet
Okay,
convo?
you know what? It was about war.
Oh,
and
war.
And victims, right? Remember that?
Did we hit the bullet?
I
like
watched
the.
that episode.
Yeah, you know
I
what?
watched it, I got
After
intense.
watching it and talking to some friends, I want to revert back and say yes, men are actually the main victim in war, and I'm sorry.
Oh, appreciate your apology. Deeply hurt.
Wow. I know you guys were really hurting on that one, but
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
an intense show. I watched that one.
Well, speaking of which, I'll just
Very
ask that
intense.
question really quickly since you brought it up. Just going around the table, who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
Men.
Into the mics, please.
Sorry. Yeah, men.
men.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. But didn't we get into the bullet stuff? Like
What
a
bullet?
man sacrificing his life for his girlfriend or wife? Did we get into that?
I don't know if we did. I probably did. I don't remember. But what about it?
Get this fixed, please.
But what about I don't know. I don't remember. We probably did though. What's the argument?
I don't know. Do you recall us getting into
No,
that
I don't
at all?
remember that. No.
Just trying to remember. Okay. So, I thought we got into that, but maybe that was a different show. You said in your pre-show notes that you're conservative traditional, but you were extremely liberal in the past. Mm-hmm. Lying, manipulating, getting into trouble. Did
Yeah.
you say that? I don't know.
Bad girl.
I was a really bad girl, like growing up. Yeah.
You said you wanted to
Unfortunately.
talk about hoe phases. Is that correct?
This is like old show notes. What's
Yeah.
up with the new show notes?
I'll get
Bringing
to
up
those.
the old ones.
I'll get to those.
Did I say that?
Were there previous hoe phases?
Oh yeah.
You had hoe phases.
I had hoe phases.
What did the
unfortunately.
hoe phase look like?
It was like after high school, I got out of that 4-year relationship, and it was like my first dark relationship, or abusive relationship, and so I kind of went like, F it, and I was very far from God. I didn't grow up with God in my life at all, so I had no sense of anything. And so yeah.
Okay. You said recommitting to sex until marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Not in favor of sex outside of marriage, although you
No.
have had.
Yeah, and I see the repercussions and the negative consequences of that.
Yeah. Okay. And so.
I could tell this is Susan about to. You're about to grill me, huh?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, so. I do hear it a lot from a lot of women. Some secular, some religious, some newly religious. They had a bunch of sex. Now they want to wait months or even until marriage to have sex. And I've always I know there's an argument here somewhere. I've always struggled to actually articulate why it bothers me and why it seems a bit unfair. And I've used analogies, some fantastic analogies, but I'm still trying to actually figure out, put it into words, why it bothers me.
Well, I think I've heard you say. Sorry, go ahead. You can finish. Sorry.
No, I mean,
Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah, and actually,
Can I have a second?
and Andrew,
Easier with him.
I know that it's not even your position. I don't think it bothers you. It bothers you at all for a woman who's previously promiscuous to actually make an immediate change and say, I'm waiting till marriage. I think you're in favor.
I think it's like the greatest thing ever. I wish that for all women and men, by the way. So, no, it not only doesn't bother me, but that's the pathway I'd rather see him go down. But I still think I understand the perspective. And maybe I can articulate this.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that from Brian's perspective and from many men who share this view, what they're actually saying is, why him?
Yeah.
Why is it that I'm not good enough for you, but he was good enough for you? Why is it that you refuse to have an intimate relationship with me, but would allow yourself to be cheapened by him? What sort of person are you that you would think so lowly of me, but think so highly of him? And I think that not only is this objection a good objection, and it's a well-reasoned objection, but it's actually a difficult one to argue with. It's actually
Not
a difficult one to argue
necessarily.
with.
It's actually pretty simple.
Okay, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so I understand because that's what I was going to bring up is that you've said, why is it that I have to wait now and kind of take the bullet, but you were out, being with other men, right? And I get that, but that's the same reason why I wouldn't be with someone that's not Christian or not born again, because he wouldn't understand it from a spiritual sense of why I'm doing it. And even... Go ahead.
Well, the religious justifications make a little more sense in my mind, but from my point of view, I would still have the same exact feelings, but you'll have secular women who are atheists or not religious at all, who will say, well, in my past 10, 20, 30 sexual encounters, I slept with them instantly or within the first date.
Yeah.
But then even secular women will make this realization arbitrarily. Totally arbitrary.
Because they don't even know.
There's no grounding.
My secondary objection here also is that you immediately internalized this and made it about yourself. So specifically, I'm saying,
because we're talking
from the perspective of Brian, from the perspective of men who share that view, without internalizing it.
Right.
Do you agree with me that you can understand why it is that they would be like, look, I'm number two. I'm second class. I'm obviously worse than whoever this previous person was. And isn't that a reasoned position?
Yeah, and I'll give you, I do. And I think that's why two people should not be unequally yoked and being together, because there's two different frames. I would say that your argument and your feelings are valid, and I can't argue against that because it makes sense. But if, for example, I dated someone that wasn't Christian. He said he was Christian, but not really. And he even told me, when I told him I didn't want to have intercourse with him, whatever, he said, I don't really get it, but I respect you. And but he wasn't looking at it from the same spiritual sense. So eventually he got into lust and got frustrated, right? And so that's my whole point. It's like what you're saying makes sense. Like, I understand that completely, but that's why you can't be unequally yoked, because you guys don't have the same foundation.
Well, a girl could be equally yoked.
Oh, you're talking about this? Okay, let's bring that to secular.
You mean like from an interest, like she's interested?
No, sorry. So from the Bible, unequally yoked meaning...
Does that mean...
No, so I'm not going to date someone that's not Christian.
Oh, okay, that's what that means.
Yeah,
it's
we're carrying different burdens. We're carrying different things on our hearts.
Okay.
Convictions,
yeah.
right?
So I object to it less from, like, if the justification for I was previously casually sleeping with a bunch of dudes, but now I'm Christian, the justification there seems more justified, but there are plenty of secular atheist women who have that experience of, I'm just going to sleep with a bunch of dudes. Now you've come along, I'm going to make you wait 3 months.
Well, you know what?
That's
Could I
weird.
add
That's
to
weird.
that?
Can I just finish real quick before I forget? Okay, so before I gave my life to Christ, I was an atheist, and I went 2 years after my host phase. I didn't want anybody touching me because I internally knew that was not okay. I had no reference to Jesus, no reference to the Bible, but I started to slowly I had this disgust. God started speaking to me. Now looking back, I know it was him. But I think secular women, God's word is written in our hearts. Like, we know what's between right and wrong. We know that sleeping around with so many people is not good for pair bonding. Let's just bring that in, right? It's not good for us. And so even though people don't know it's because of Jesus, because of God, it's happening because we're spiritual beings that we have this.
Can you help me out with one part of this?
Yes.
So when you say post, did you call it hoe phase?
A hoe phase, HOE.
Okay, gotcha. So I just want to make sure that I'm not straw manning you or insulting you. I'm not trying to. I'm just repeating your words back to you. So post hoe phase.
And I used that term before Christ.
When you were not a Christian and you were a secularist still, an atheist by your own description, how could you make a single justification to Brian as to why you would not sleep with him if you were dating him? Go ahead and try. I'd actually like to hear it.
So if I wasn't, well, I don't know. I wasn't dating in those 2 years. I wasn't.
Yeah, I know. But if you were, and you just said, I want to be celibate because I don't know what reason, but you just said that, what would your actual justification to a man be who said, look, you weren't celibate with the last guy. It seems like you just maybe don't like me very much, because if you did, I would think you would be physically intimate with me. What would the actual justification for that be?
Could I add to that?
No, you can let her answer though, and then you can add to it.
I mean, just a simple, it's my body, you're not my, I don't know, like I guess I don't have any argument spiritually to back it up, but I mean, I was never in that.
So we're not arguing that you don't have the right, whether you're religious or secular.
Yeah.
If you're a woman and you've slept with 100 men and you slept with all of them within the first 30 minutes, but then you land on guy number 101 and you want to wait a year, you're not even for religious reasons, you're just still an atheist, still secular, but you want to make him wait a year until having a secular marriage to sleep with him, you can do that. That's totally your call. But as a guy, I can look at that and be like, that's a terrible deal for me.
Sure.
I'm not going to.
And remember, you brought this back to you again, right? Well, but it's my body. I don't have to. Okay, so just thinking strictly from the.
Hang on.
Just thinking.
And you put me in my perspective. How do you want not me? Like,
No. What I said was think of it through the man's perspective.
How would
if you were thinking
argue?
of it, hang on, let me finish.
Sorry, Andrew. Love you.
If you were thinking of it through just the man's perspective and you were creating a justification to show the man why he was incorrect, why he shouldn't want to desire that, why he should be celibate right along with you, and that wasn't actually disrespectful, and that wasn't actually because you preferred other guys over him, how would you craft such a justification or an argument without using the prism of my body, my choice, which was already granted? That's already granted. They already know that you don't have to have sex with them. The perspective here is the prism of why is it you won't have sex with me, though, if we're dating, but you would with other people, absent a religious framework? How would you even make that argument?
I'm going to call in a friend. Alyssa, go. Sorry, I've been waiting.
No, I don't know. I gotta know. I would like to know the actual answer.
Well, I'm telling you, and I don't know, because the only answer I have is, I mean, because to me, it's like, it's either black and white. It's you're Christian or you're secular, you're away from God. So it's like, if you're not walking with God, then the only justification is just your feelings and your emotions, and that's all forever fleeing. So there is no real stable argument to it.
I think even away from, okay, let's get away from the Bible, secular, right? Coming back to your argument of your justification of, okay, I feel horrible, like she doesn't want to sleep with me. I think that's where communication comes in. Hey, this is why. And not only that, honestly, if I were a guy, I'd kind of be like, okay, asking that clarification. But obviously there was something that happened from 100 to 101. There wasn't fulfillment in those first 100, probably, realistically. If she's seeing the same thing and she's jumping from guy to guy to guy to guy, maybe there's a cycle of something that she wasn't being fulfilled. So she's like, okay, I don't need to feel fulfilled in sex anymore. I want to see if they could provide for me spiritually or mentally or anything besides physically, because anyone could go in and have sex with you.
When I make an argument to you,
and I'm not saying there's an argument, but
I take my time. Hang on, I take my time to understand your worldview.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take my shoes off and put yours on. So now I'm you and think like you. Because I think like you, this is what I think, right?
Yeah.
That's the good position to make an argument to a person. It's called an internal critique. You're adopting their skin for a moment. You're analyzing what it is that they think and why they think it. This, again, you internalize, right? So instead of doing that, think of it only from the perspective of Brian. You're trying to step into his shoes, and you're utilizing what Brian thinks in order to demonstrate to Brian why it would be perfectly acceptable for you to put him as number 2. Forget personal trauma, this and that, blah, 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 blah. Why, from Brian's perspective, would he be incorrect in feeling that way?
I mean, he's not incorrect in feeling that. It comes down to his choice too. If that's not something he wants to
So
be
it
a
is
part of.
logical for him to feel that way.
Yeah, it is 100%.
It's rational for him to feel that way.
Yeah, it's
It makes
destined to
total
happen.
sense for him to feel that way.
Yes.
Exactly. I mean,
Yes.
people are going to be attracted to each other, of course. Like, even in me with the situations I was involved. Of course, yeah, I wanted to have sex with him and everything. And then the guy was like, well, I want to have sex with you, so on and so forth. And I understand exactly where you're coming from. Of course, the man is going to, we're humans. We have that desire to be intimate with someone. And yeah, it sucks to be maybe that person who's at 101, and then at that point, that's where a choice is made. Like, are you willing to
So how
wait
do
it out?
you tell a non-Christian, in this case Brian, from his perspective, that he shouldn't have those expectations if he's dating a woman who was sleeping with her previous boyfriends? How could you ever justify to them why they shouldn't have that expectation? That's what I'm really getting at.
I mean, you can't really force them to have
You
like that
can.
understanding.
And that's why you should never correct men in public, because some of us can't do that. Because some of us can do that, and some of you can't do that.
Sure,
But it's
this
like
is my
feelings
whole-
are feelings
But this is
and
my whole
emotions
point,
are
right? It's
emotions.
like you can't actually give a single justification from his worldview for why it is he shouldn't feel that way. So basically, do you realize what you're doing is you're actually signaling to Brian that it's actually okay for him to have those expectations, because as long as he doesn't share your Christian worldview, right? Why not? And he can't
Well,
even
I
tell
can't-
him a single reason from his own worldview why he shouldn't.
I can't expect him to not be all up in his feelings and think selfishly, like, well, why doesn't she want to have sex with me? I mean,
Oh, but from his perspective, he thinks you're selfish. He thinks
Right.
you fucked 50 other guys and just not
Right.
him.
But you
that
think
seems
that-
like it's more selfish,
But you don't
right?
think that, like, you don't think myself, I won't speak for other girls, but like, we don't have desires, like, we don't have
course, I
like human
think you
desires.
do,
So
yeah.
we're also sacrificing, but it comes to sacrificing and
But you're
dying to our,
internalizing again.
and dying to our flesh, dying to ourselves because we're worshiping our God.
But you're internalizing again. I feel me.
I even
me,
think
me,
Right,
me,
but
me,
but I
me.
have but I have to, because that's the point.
You don't have
that
to.
I'm in my. I do to make my.
You don't.
I think too in relationships, if you're pondering on your old
Hang
relationship,
on, back up. I'm trying to help you here. You actually don't. You can juxtapose yourself onto another human being so that you can understand their own rationale. But when you do that in this case, you find yourself having zero justification for why it is that Brian shouldn't feel that exact way, that he's being rational. Hang on, he's being emotionally rational, he's being logical. There, you have
Well, that's what sin
nothing that
is,
you can
right?
say
Being
to
in our
him
flesh.
external of your own experience, and that is what drives the guys who think like Brian fucking crazy, because they don't understand why you can't tell them that it's incorrect for them to even think this way, because it's rational and it's reasonable and it makes complete sense from your own perspective.
Well, I'm not saying it's not rational. I'm saying he can feel what he's feeling, and I understand why he's feeling that, because we don't have the same framework. So how am I going to justify, okay, let's go back to me being secular and atheist, whatever, and you're telling me to go give an argument. I don't have that argument, because even when I'm trying not to internalize myself, I'm just putting myself back in that spot when I was living that life. It's like, I don't know. There is no argument, but I'm not even trying to argue that. Like, you're justified to feel that way. And the girl's also justified to say, I don't want to do this, even though I don't know why. And that's it. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong.
And let me ask you a question. If you were in a host of 1,000 people and you're asked this question and you said, there is no justification, he's absolutely correct in feeling that way, and so is she, and it's totally rational,
It's
Who
correct
the
from
hell?
a,
Hang on.
It's from
Who the
correct.
hell have you convinced? Who the hell have you convinced of your worldview if you say he's totally rational
Because
and
if
reasonable
he
in this
doesn't-
worldview, and so am I?
Okay,
That you've convinced nobody.
Okay, because how can I convince a sinner to not sin? And I'm not saying that and I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. Don't you have a ministry?
Correct, but okay,
And
so
what
you
is
want me
that
to bring in
ministry's
Jesus? I
duty?
can bring in Jesus, but I'm thinking we're talking about when I'm an atheist or a secular. Like either way, let's bring it back if I was an atheist secular, okay? It's hard for me to think that because I'm thinking naturally now, well, it's black and white. I'm a Christian and I see that we shouldn't be having, I chose not to have sex because of X, Y, and Z. But then Brian, who has no desire to follow God or the Bible or anything like that, he's like, well, that's not fair. It's like, well, yeah, I get that because you're not seeing it from a biblical standpoint or from a spiritual standpoint because,
Right.
Brian, I was there too. Like, I get that. And so
So then how in the world? So what you're actually saying to me, I want you to understand this. You're saying to me, absent you adopting my worldview, I cannot convince you of anything.
what? Can you repeat that one more time?
You're saying absent Brian adopting your worldview as being true, you can't actually convince Brian of anything. In fact, you agree with him.
That comment, you can't convince anyone, the Holy Spirit does. I like that. Yeah, it's true. Like, how can I convince Brian?
Okay, well, can the Holy Spirit go ahead and convince Brian right now then through you?
Yeah, I could share the gospel
Well,
with
then
him.
go ahead and convince Brian through the Holy Spirit. Go ahead.
Brian, are you fulfilled right now with your life with having sex with multiple women?
When
And
did I say I was doing that?
I'm asking you. This whole time, okay, are you having sex?
Right now?
No, in this time
I'm not
frame.
going to answer that question, but
Because here's the thing with the Holy Spirit, I just have to ask questions, and the Holy Spirit does
I'm a
the conviction.
one-girl kind of guy, you know.
Oh, we love that.
But even then, she's not your. She's
Isn't
not
that
your
like a
wife.
basic standard?
But she's not your wife, is she?
Huh?
She's not your wife, is she? So you can't say for certain that girl that you're
One-girl
having.
kind of guy. I didn't say I had a wife. What the fuck?
Okay, but that's my point. So you can't. That girl that you're. Are you with the girl right now?
I can't. No. Yes. No. Yes. I'm not. I can't disclose.
Oh
I
my.
can't disclose. I can't disclose.
That's actually fair. He's too popular.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
Dangerous safety concerns.
Okay.
I'm a virgin.
Or do you plan on getting married?
Huh? Sorry, what's
High five. Do you plan on getting married one
Nope.
day?
Nope.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter.
Nope,
Like
no
that's what I'm
marriage.
saying. Like why am I gonna try to convince?
Right, but we're talking about like this whole trope of women who previously were kind of loose sexually.
What do you mean, how am I going to convince? Remember, you were going to convince him through the Holy Spirit, right? Isn't that what you just said? You were going to convince him through the Holy Spirit? Well, I'm waiting for the convincing through the Holy Spirit. Whenever you're ready.
I don't even think it's us convincing people. It's their own conviction. Like, if
It's their own conviction. So they're
of, like,
convinced by the belief in your worldview.
it doesn't have to be my worldview, because some people I've talked to, they don't have that conviction of like, oh, I don't feel the need to wait until marriage to have sex, and that's their conviction. I'm not gonna sit there and try to convince them. I could give them my point of view, and then that's it. But I'm not gonna sit there and try to like convince
So you're
them.
not convincing? Can you convince Brian through the Holy Spirit, real quick, or no?
That's not my
You can't
job
do
to
it?
do that.
Isn't the whole
No,
point of
you
faith, though,
can't
to
do
come
it.
to the revelation on your own, not to have
Yeah,
other people?
Well, okay, let's get back. Let's get back.
Well, hang on. This is actually important. So the reason I bring this up is, do I agree with you that all glory should always go to God? Yes. Do I agree with you that the Holy Spirit can move through people? Yes. But the thing is that am I convinced that it's moving through you, a female minister? No. Am I convinced by your arguments at all? No. Could you even make a compelling argument from the opposition's worldview? No.
That's
So
fine.
I'm
I don't
left,
need to
I'm left
argue.
logically with only two assumptions here. Either one, the Holy Spirit just really hates Brian, Or B, perhaps your assumption that the Holy Spirit moves through you in order to convince people and does it adequately is incorrect.
Well, see, here's the thing. My words don't need to convince anybody. It's my actions. For example, shout out to Cynthia. She was supposed to be here. She is now recommitted to marriage, and she's...
Your words don't convince anybody, huh?
It's my actions. She's seen my life before how I was and now how I am. And so that in itself is what's... Maybe I'm not called to be a witness like that when it comes to this situation for him. And that's why...
Well, that's super weird. Couldn't somebody else who was a secularist, who was not religious in any way, shape, or form, do all of the exact actions that you have done and not believe in God and Jesus Christ at all?
Yes. So like
Okay, well then I don't understand how that's an example that you can give to
well,
say
you're
that,
saying that the Holy
you'll
Spirit's not
know,
working
you'll
through
know,
me.
You'll only know through my actions.
I'm not
when in
saying
fact,
that.
when-
What I'm saying is that you're saying that the Holy Spirit isn't working through me. What I'm saying is I beg to differ because
I'm not, no, I'm not making the claim that the Holy Spirit isn't working through you. I'm just asking you that if you are to say, I cannot convince anybody, it's the Holy Spirit who convinces people, and I'm drawing on that power, right?
Right, but we also don't argue with fools.
Now's your great chance and
Or
opportunity
throw
to draw on
pearls
this
to
power.
swine. We don't throw pearls to swine. When someone's not open
What
and
does that mean?
receptive-
Wait. What do you think that means? Do you think that means that if somebody is open and is willing to listen to your actual arguments and you're right in front of them and they're willing to be convinced that that's casting pearls to swine? Is that what you think that means?
No, but he's also just very cut off and not even caring to answer my question. So
Oh, well, I guess the
This
Holy
is more
Spirit
like
isn't
for
very
argumentative
powerful if it can't break
content.
down this minute barrier.
no.
I want to add,
ahead, girl.
just to, so I can speak for some things. I like you said, you're like convince him through the Holy Spirit right now. The Holy Spirit's not some genie in a bottle, too, and I think that's where we have to understand.
I agree. Which
And-
is why it was an ill choice of words.
Ill choice of words is saying a genie in a bottle.
No, to make the kind of bold claim that the Holy Spirit through her is convincing people of anything. How do we know it's not just her trying to convince people? How do we know that?
That's what. Hold on.
You don't know? You don't know how we would know that?
From the comments. He thinks that you were the one that said it,
the
not reading from
comment
the
said
comment.
it. Your audience said
The
it.
comment that you said, oh, I agree. That's a great comment, meaning you agree with the comment?
Yeah, but it's still true though. There is some, but it wasn't coming out of pridefulness. It's the
It
Holy
sure sounds
Spirit.
like it's coming from a place of pride.
Okay, I understand you're trying to do this whole content thing, but I think there's a fine line with like
Not a content
blasphemy
thing.
of
I'm
like
doing an
the Holy
internal
Spirit,
critique
but
thing.
it's true because the Holy Spirit does work through people and our actions, our
agree.
testimonies, and all the things. And so for you to say like how am I so sure that the Holy Spirit is working? I mean, I think the Holy Spirit can work in all of us that's truly Spirit filled, and I do believe I'm Spirit filled, and not out of pride, but just out of my faith in Jesus and the Holy Spirit.
Well,
And yet, when the time comes for you to do the convincing,
But the Holy Spirit also tells you when to pause, when to stop, and when to go.
It's true.
And so it's not always just go and
and is
listen
that
to
what it's
fools.
telling you now? Is the Holy Spirit telling you to go ahead and pause?
what's it
He
telling
is
you?
because
What's
this.
it telling you?
Tell
us what it's telling you.
He's telling me because this is he's not receptive. This is just for likes and views.
I'm receptive. I'm receptive.
No, and this is
I'm
also
a receptive.
discernment.
I'm
Oh,
receptive.
it's just for likes and views. Well, let me tell you, a lot of flack that a guy like Brian gets is when he says publicly things like, look, I'm actually considering going to an Orthodox church. And I'm
really?
considering doing this because I heard convincing arguments from this guy over here. Now, the thing that's interesting about that is that you claim that this is all performative. And yet it would be far easier for Brian to continue to just say, no, if it was just purely performative, no, I have no interest in that and I don't believe in any of it. These are real conversations which influence tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. And I think it's a massive cop-out to just go, well, because of the performance aspect of this means nobody's influenced. They're
It's not
clearly
that,
influenced.
but it's just like for me to try to convince Brian on why it's okay to be that 101 person, right? It's like I can't because he's coming from a standpoint from that is.
Wait, you want me to be the 101 person?
I think I would have the.
Wait, what? You want me to be the 101?
I want you to think again about what you're saying. You're saying I can't not convince a person who does not accept my worldview.
You want me to be 101?
101, yeah.
You want me to be? Wait, hold on. This is totally.
This could be a hashtag 101.
This is two different conversations. So the first conversation is about, like, women who were strumpets.
What?
Women who were strumpets, and then they don't want to be strumpets anymore with you as a guy, whether for religious reasons or not for religious reasons. Is your advocacy really, though, that that men from your worldview, from a Christian worldview, need to marry women with a high body count?
What?
Well, you said
When did
the
I
guy
say
should.
that?
I thought you said the guy should accept being number 101 and waiting.
Right. She said equally yoked. That's what you're referencing. So he's referencing the equally yoked. If you were equally yoked, then wouldn't you be marrying a guy with a high body count?
Yeah, we're talking about spiritually. Well,
Wait, but you did you just clarify?
This is my point.
But did you
guys
say? Hold on.
We have different foundations on
Okay,
what
cool.
even verses
So
mean. And
let me ask you a question. Should the guy, let's say he's Christian and she's Christian, would you advise a guy to marry a woman who's Christian, but who has a body count of over 100?
It's not my place to tell him who or how many body counts.
As the secular man at the table, let me give you Christian men some advice. Women can absolutely change and be redeemed.
Come on.
But men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them. This is perfectly compatible, even within the Christian worldview. Nothing would compel a Christian man to have to date a woman, even if she's redeemed.
Yeah, she doesn't have to do
date
anything.
her
No.
because she fucked 100 dudes before she was Christian,
Yeah.
or even while she was Christian.
Well, that's scripturally incorrect because basically, according to scripture, you're a new creation. So therefore, what that means when you get baptized is actually you're born again.
You're a born again virgin. You're a born again virgin. Yay!
Period.
So
You're
if
right.
God doesn't hold on to
You
your
can
previous
hashtag that.
sin, eh?
Oh, yay! Hang on. I'm going to take yay to the born again. Let's celebrate to the born again virgin. You're born again in your virginity. Your hymen grew back. It's fantastic. There's shots all around. I'm born again virgin. Yay!
Born again.
Hey, wow.
Really matter.
There you go. Bottoms up to you. You were born again a virgin. The entire past of the race you did. You unfucked every guy you've ever fucked. Ah, yay!
And I think it could go both ways. Like, for me, as a Christian woman, if I end up, like, a guy's pursuing me and he has a high body count, and we both have the same beliefs, we're equally yoked, like, I'm not going to hold that against him.
100%.
And I think, like you're kind of saying, like, the guy, it could be, he has to forgive the girl.
Hold on. I'm not even Christian. So you're saying Christian are not allowed to have any standards or boundaries? Is that what you're arguing?
If you're truly born again and you have the Spirit working in you, you will transform. It doesn't matter what you did in your past.
So you're saying that a Christian man or a Christian woman is obliged to date any other Christian?
If they
unlock all those guys who reformed over to Christianity and let them out of the fucking. We better let them all out of prison, Brian, because
well, you know what?
Whatever they did in the past, it doesn't matter anymore.
Actually, we have many. Ex-gang members in my church, actually, that they are no longer doing the things that they did. They are transformed. They have different fruits and actions.
So a woman is obliged to date a former.
She doesn't have to.
no
You don't
obligation.
have to.
Right,
There's
and
no
so a
obligation.
man doesn't have to.
No one's saying that,
That's what you're
Brian.
No one's
arguing.
saying.
That's what you're arguing.
That's not the argument.
Thing is,
No one
no
ever
one's actually said that.
I'm actually standing for you and saying, no, you don't have to date her.
The thing is, you can be forgiven for your
Yeah.
Next topic.
No one-
Like, what
I don't know what the argument is here. We're all agreeing.
The Bible's very
No, but I
clear.
literally said.
We're just trying to have to disagree
no,
for
but
content.
hold on. But when I said men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them, y'all were like, no.
No, they were just
No,
saying
we
that
were just-
Christians would
yeah.
probably
Come on, Maddie.
be more accepting
Yes,
of like,
your sins are
born
washed
again
away, but the consequences of them are
Yeah,
not.
you still
and
do
there's
reap what you
there are
sow.
worldly consequences to the
exactly.
things that you do.
Yeah.
This idea of born again virgin is complete prattle. It's completely unbiblical.
Prattle.
It's made the fuck up.
Unbiblical.
It's
Yeah, I don't think
completely
anyone
made
said
up.
that.
There
I don't
is
think
no
anyone said
place.
that.
There is no place. You did say born again
No,
virgin.
not
Yes, you
I.
did.
I personally did not. I never said born again virgin.
You
Those
guys
words
brought
never
up
came
the
out of
born
my
again
mouth.
virgin as a joke or whatever, but spiritually, yeah,
I take it very
anything,
seriously. I take born again virginity
anything that I've
very
done.
Yeah,
seriously.
none of us have
Not a
referenced
joke.
that. No,
sexually, any drugs I took in the past, anything that I was involved in, it's not in my life anymore. And so, if a Christian man were to come to my life and look at my past and be like, oh yeah, you do have the fruits of the Spirit now. Your life has changed. Your actions are changed now. But you did that 10 years ago. I don't want to be with you. I would dare to argue that that's not a true Christian man, because a true
No,
Christian.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
That's exactly.
lies.
Yeah, that's what
That's
they're
fine.
arguing
No,
against.
you cannot, and go ahead and try. I can't wait to hear this.
Okay, you know
Why
what?
don't you go ahead
I'll take
and
it
try
back.
to
I'll take it back.
justify
He could
why
be
it is
he
that
could be a Christian man.
who is hang on, a man has held his entire life celibate, let's say, and he's devoted his life to God, and he wants to get married and have a nice family. And he goes to you and he finds out that you fucked 100 dudes and you're on
Look.
camera getting gangbanged. Can you
Okay,
explain to
whoa,
me? Let's just assume
That
it.
was
We're assuming it for the
That's not
an
true.
extreme
That's not
example.
true, by the way. I just
Not
want to make
saying
that.
you did.
Okay.
Not saying you did.
Want to make that clear.
I'm saying for the purpose of the hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You got gangbanged by 100 dudes. It's on camera, right? They're jizzing all over your face,
Okay,
right? They're having a
what
great
is-
time with you, let's say, in this hypothetical. This man, you're saying, is not Christian
No, I'll
because
take
he
that
says,
back.
look, I don't want to marry a woman who has that background.
So I would say he doesn't have to take me as his wife. He doesn't choose to. But I would say someone that's equally yoked as because I could date an ex-gang member that's been with X, Y, and Z, probably even has a daughter or a son, because we're born again. We have a new life in Christ. We have a future and hope in Christ. That the past is the past, and God, the Holy Spirit has the ability to redeem you and to transform your minds, your habits, everything. And so
I don't disagree with that.
But if I'm like, you know what, I don't want to be with him because of X, Y, and Z, that's my choice, and does whatever. Same thing with the man.
Well, let's back up and see if this actually logically pans out here. Let's assume that this man is with you and doesn't know anything about your past.
Okay.
You're extremely devout. He adores you. He thinks you're great in every conceivable way. He knows for sure that you are pious, that you love the Lord, and he loves the Lord as well.
Okay.
Okay. Then one day he's scrolling on YouTube and he finds or not YouTube, but wherever, and there's a picture that pops up. Maybe somebody DMs it to him, and it shows you getting gangbanged by 50 guys. And he goes to you and he's like, "Look, honey, yes, I agree that you're a Christian. I agree that spiritually you are epic, but I do not want to marry a woman who has been gangbanged by 50 dudes."
Right. Then
Is he doing anything wrong?
Technically, no. He could have that.
No.
He could make that decision. But what I'm saying is that even in that situation, which is not true, I would like to
I'm
think
not
that
saying it's
we
true.
would
Listen,
express
to
our,
all of you
our
out there in the
testimony.
whatever land, I'm not claiming that this actually happened.
Okay.
We're just engaging in a hypothetical.
Yeah, but I still beg to argue that a Christian man that's really understands the gospel and Jesus and what he brings us from, that people can look past that. I'm not saying all Christian men will, but there's Christian men that would look past
Sure.
a gangbang.
There's secular men who would look past it too.
Right.
But the point here is not whether or not they would look past it. The point here is whether or not it's unchristian of them not to.
I guess it would. I don't. It's hard for me to say it's unchristian. I don't like that I said that earlier. That he's not a Christian man, so I'm gonna take that back. But I would say it's kind of like the whole. I don't know. I would have to study on it more, but I just know that it's hard for me to think like if I'm looking even at a potential husband and I look at him and for his past, that it's not my flesh talking and not the Spirit talking. Like it's just if I'm really understanding who the Holy Spirit is and Jesus and being born again, it's like saying I don't want anything to do with you because of what you did 10 years ago. It's like it kind of diminishes the power of the Holy Spirit and what he's done and the whole point of the gospel.
He's not refuting that you're saved. He's not refuting that you're a Christian. He's not refuting your salvation at all and is encouraging you on your pathway towards it. That does not mean that this man should in any way, shape, or form stay with you, even if he loved you based on the consequences which are current to your past. And I don't see a damn thing wrong with that.
Sure. I mean, I guess I could see that. Like, okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is the reason I bring this up specifically, and then you can comment on it. The reason I bring this up specifically is because I need you to know that there are women everywhere who are trying to make the religion of Christianity perverse and what I call a whore haven. And it should be. It should be a place for prostitutes to become reformed. But it should not be a place for prostitutes to become reformed only because they believe that it will shield them from criticism and that suddenly their past will no longer matter. That is an absurdity, and that is a trend which is happening, and I believe that the exact type of gospel that you're expounding on here is pushing people more towards that than would be pushing people more towards reason and an actual relationship with the Lord.
Go ahead.
Oh, mate, I kind of agree with that. My whole...
Wait, but your question, you were going to make...
My whole question was just going to be this. If we're talking about a hypothetical situation of forgiveness, wouldn't you want to be forgiven for the things that you've done in your past? Therefore, if you have a look at the greatest commandment, one of them is to love others as you love yourself. So
I'm the chief of sinners. I am the worst of the worst. The scummiest of the scum. The chief of all sinners is sitting right here. Thank the Lord that forgiveness is available for somebody like me. I'm still not marrying one of you fucking whores, right? That's I'm not saying you specifically.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is from the perspective of a Christian man who says that, what the hell would be the problem with that?
My question then, in the Bible as well, there's the scripture about that gentleman that was actually forced to marry a prostitute. I'm sure you know it a lot better than I do. But then what would you kind of comment? Is that it? And he literally was called to marry a prostitute and she's still sleeping around with people and he was called to still love her.
He literally went to go get her.
So I'm just curious as to what your perspective would be on something like that. If you're saying that there's no obligation.
Specific cases, like there could be a specific case where via divine command you were called to marry a prostitute. I'm most certain that such a thing could occur. But so what? So what? That has no bearing at all on whether or not it would be unchristian for a man who is devout, who comes across you and knows that you're devout, but still knows the consequence of your past. Like, for instance, what if you had 4 kids from your past? Sure, your sins are washed clean. But does that mean that he has to deal with your 4 kids from other dads because your sins are washed clean? Hang on. Doesn't that seem absurd to you?
I don't think anyone's prefaced this with obligation, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. I'm just asking hypotheticals in return for your opinion on them, but I definitely don't think there's any obligation in any capacity.
It's possible you can have a divine command within the realm of logical possibility for all sorts of things.
Yeah.
But whether or not this is so doesn't mean that it would be unchristian for a man who is a devout Christian to push him towards marrying outside of his preference. And in this case, for a low body count, or for a woman who has been chaste, what in the world would be wrong with that?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that no one should be pressured or forced into marrying someone. No, like, I get that. But let's just take that same Christian man. Sure, he doesn't want her as a wife, but what if he were to say, yeah, she was a slut 10 years ago, then I still see her as a slut. I think that's what I'm trying to say. No, you can't, just because of what you did 10 years ago, that doesn't mean you're still that today, because you are a new creation in Christ.
I agree with that.
But you can have preferences.
You're not what you, listen, you're not what you were. You're not what you were. But the consequence of what you were does follow you. If you were a serial killer and then you become a devout Christian, can I concede that there's a possibility you could have salvation? Of course. But that doesn't mean I'm letting you out of prison. And if you're a chick who has 10 baby daddies right? That doesn't mean that a man is obligated or in any way to look past that because he's a Christian. You certainly agree that that has to be true, right?
Yeah, sure, 100%.
Well, then with Brian, back to Brian, we're going to circle this all the way back, right? How in the world then could you ever tell him that his preference for, but I fucked the guy right before you, I just won't do it with you, wouldn't have the meaning to him that essentially you thought he was lesser than the guy before him?
He wouldn't. I mean, he.
Right. He wouldn't.
Gotcha, bitch.
Anyway,
And
with that,
scene.
I'll take
Can
a
I
break.
end
here.
scene?
All right. Okay. Look, I'll give you guys a couple analogies here. I'm going to give you a couple
Oh my
analogies.
gosh.
So this would be this whole like the girl, all the and we've had girls come on the show and say this. Recently we had a girl say she was going to Europe a bunch, having fun in Europe, traveling in Europe. And when she was in Europe, she had no qualms at all about sleeping with a guy within 30 minutes of meeting him. But then she's like, well, now that I'm back home, I'm going to wait like a month, 2 months, 3 months before I have sex with a guy. Totally arbitrary, no actual reason, just arbitrary because she thinks that will make her more likely to get a guy to commit to her, which actually isn't the case at all. But a couple analogies here. The girl saying, well, all the previous guys hooked up with him fast, but you, I want to wait. It's like a guy saying, you don't understand. Those women, they're just for hookups. So of course I bought them expensive things and I took them to the best dining places and I even paid their bills. But you're different from them. I actually see you as a potential girlfriend, wife. So you have to wait for those benefits. So let's go out to McDonald's. You're paying, by the way. Or, okay, here's another one. Here's the other one, okay? It's like going to a fancy restaurant. You're waiting in line. Everyone is paying $1 for a fancy T-bone steak. And then when it's finally your turn, you're informed all they have left is a McDonald's burger. That'll cost you $1,000. How do you feel?
Can I ask you a question?
Well, I'd like an answer to my question first.
Well, it's kind of like a rebuttal from that, what
Okay,
you said.
go ahead.
So you're saying that hypothetically, your interpretation of if a woman is interested in you is if they have sex with you, because if they had sex with other people and they're not having sex with you, that means that your value is potentially diminished. But why are you placing emphasis on your value being through sexual intimacy? Why couldn't it be that your value is actually placed in the fact that this woman is going, hey, I've done this so many times with so many other people. I see something in you. I want to cherish that. I want to nurture that. And I don't want to do that because I think that there's something about you that is different from everyone else. I want to get to know you outside of sex. I want to get to know you for you, because sex places a false sense of intimacy with someone where if you take sex away, you actually get to know the person for their truest essence. So why wouldn't you be more special because she's not just sleeping with you, but she's actually going, hey, wait a minute, I see something in you that's different. I want to cherish that, champion that, and nurture that. So I'm not going to sleep with you.
I have a response. So first off, that was actually Andrew's argument, not mine, because I deferred to him on his response.
Okay.
So
Well, that's for you then. Sorry.
But
So let's condense it then. You can ask it this way and I'll answer it.
Oh, okay. Well, then, to repeat the question, I'm not going to repeat it, but you heard the question. I guess that's it. Why is the interpretation that value is placed on the sexual intimacy, and why isn't it built on a different type of foundation? And why does that diminish the man as being special because a woman doesn't want to do that with him?
Well, wouldn't this defer to just cultural relativism? So let me tell you a story about the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea.
The fuck?
Oh, Oh, man.
Okay,
This is
let's go.
the peacecraft argument. I'm going to explain this to you, and God help all of us as I do it. This is the peacecraft argument for the Cum Warriors of Papua New Guinea. Now, there exists a tribe in Papua New Guinea where all of the young boys have a specific job to do to become men. And I'm not going to get into it. You can infer it.
Yep.
Okay? Because it's YouTube. But their job involves their mouth and men. Okay? That's what they do all day long, and they load up with that. Interestingly enough, surprisingly enough.
Disgusting.
No, I'm not kidding. Not kidding.
I'm literally so lost.
It's a real thing. It's a real phenomenon.
I think he'll make a point. I think he's talking about the context.
Yeah. The thing is that when it comes to this particular tribe, the interesting phenomenon here is that there doesn't seem to be any trauma from these young men.
Ulysses the pagan donated $200. Girl to the right of red dress. What if a guy with a past of SA women is now born Ogion? Would it be unchristian of you to not want to be with them?
I was actually
A past
thinking about
has
that.
consequences.
I was actually thinking about that. Like, I wouldn't date someone that was a petty, you know?
Yep.
Right?
What you're talking about.
Although that doesn't mean that I don't believe that God has the ability to change him and that he can have a completely different life. But yeah, that wouldn't be my preference to go date.
All right. Thank you, the pagan. Appreciate it.
That doesn't change. Yeah.
Thank you, pagan. Appreciate it.
Pagan.
Back to that thing or whatever. And
Yeah. So, yeah, not kidding. This is a real phenomenon. It's a real tribe. This really happened. So what it reduces to is what's called cultural relativism. So if there's no trauma for these young men who have to do this ghastly deed, and they have to do it on a daily basis, by the way, can you explain to me how you would go in there if they say, I love doing this, it's my favoriteest thing, and explain to them why it would be wrong for them to do that?
I get your point. Well, I guess my rebuttal to that would be we're not talking about people in Papua New Guinea. The context of what we're talking about is people in the West, and we're talking about this new age of sex culture. So it's kind of irrelevant to try and debate.
Yeah, great. So how would you convince them that what was going on was wrong?
Well, to be honest with you, unless there was a necessity for... Yeah, I think it's kind of a null and void argument, to be honest with you, because I don't understand.
If you were trying to spread Christianity to them.
Well,
I never said that I was trying to spread Christianity.
I think that's
when out of one side of your mouth you say that to Brian, cultural relativism doesn't matter, yet he lives in a culture where promiscuity is absolutely heralded as being absolutely fine. Everything from feminism to what is now the modern day pickup community says that this type of promiscuity is absolutely fine. And yet, when I give you an example of the most ghastly of deeds being culturally relativized down to your own prism, you couldn't give me a single argument for how you would tell the tribe that they probably shouldn't let this occur?
The only way that I could potentially see of going about that is, again, you'd just have to... you create a new culture. You'd have to educate people on what your perception of sex is, what healthy sexuality is. It would start on an individual basis of saying, how do you feel about this? Is this something that you enjoy?
Yeah, they
do you
love
know there's
it.
an
They think
alternative?
it's great.
Well, then educating that there's an alternative
It's a right
solution.
manhood, not kidding.
So it's as simple as that. I think if you can tell people that there's another way to do things, if they accept that, like this, we're saying you don't have to do things this way. There is an opposite way. If you take that choice, amazing. But education.
But your initial argument was, why isn't your worldview grounded on something besides this thing? So what I did was I gave you a worldview, which was not grounded on this thing, which instead was grounded on that particular culture. And so now you know that different worldviews can be grounded just based around the culture that they're in. You must agree that this is so, right?
Absolutely. But again, I think from my perspective to change, I never knew that there was another way. And so I always thought that it was that way, and to have sexual intimacy. When I was educated that there was another option, I took that. So I think it comes down to, again, if you have the capacity to educate people in a way that says...
Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, why don't you go ahead, and I just can't wait to hear you educate Brian. So if Brian has a chick who is on birth control, right, and they are in a committed relationship, Okay, they're in a committed relationship, meaning they're not sleeping with anybody except each other.
Yeah.
And they plow each other every single day in the craziest positions you can think of. I mean, he gets the anal beats out. He's having a good time with this, let's say, in this hypothetical.
That's why
he's having a ball.
Wow,
Explain to Brian why what he's doing is wrong. Word.
Could I add? I don't think it's.
Hang on,
For me as a
can you let
person-
her answer?
I think, again, the reason why I would talk about this is it would be it's a great question. The reason as to why I would wonder, it's a complex one. I know it's a complex one. I would say, do you believe it? So if I was doing this legitimately with someone,
She's trying to answer. She's trying to answer.
Go ahead, sorry.
so if I was legitimately doing this with someone, the process that I would take is I would ask, do you see that there is a problem to begin with? And the thing is, if someone doesn't
he sees
see
that there's no problem.
well then
He's
what
having
would
a
be
ball. He's having a ball. There's no STDs involved. There's no pregnancy. They're in a committed relationship, just the two of them, and he is just having the time of his life, and so is she. Can't wait to hear the argument for why what he's doing is wrong. Can't wait. What is it?
I think, and this is 100% personal, and you asked me what my argument would be as to why I think it's wrong, so it has to come from a personal perspective, and my perspective is this. I believe that every single person, and I don't care how corny this is precious and treasured, and according to my faith, I believe that doing something in accordance of a marriage is something that should be protected and championed, and it's not in the context of casual relationships. I don't believe that you should ever have sex as a form of the basis of your intimacy. I don't think that you should see a woman as this thing that you can just pursue, and the way to love her is just to have sex with her. I think that every woman is extraordinary and special, and her body is one of the most precious things, and the precious,
Totally agrees. Her body,
well, I haven't finished my argument.
It's exceptional.
Yeah, but I haven't finished my
adore
argument.
each other. They're having sex every day. They think it's the greatest thing ever. They're having the time of their lives. He actually agrees, let's say, with everything you just said.
Yeah.
That absolutely. A woman's body's her temple. He worships her. She's a goddess, and she thinks he's a king. And they're having a ball.
He bows to her. He's a little bit
smashing every single morning, afternoon, and night, and they just adore each other. Tell me what the argument is for what it is that they shouldn't do that.
If he's not living his life, I mean, for me as a Christian woman, if I'm living my life according to the Bible and I have those standards, those are my standards. If he's not lining up his life to want to have it lined up to the Bible, and
like
he
it's as
doesn't
simple
think
as
it's
that.
wrong,
You can't
it's
argue
very
it.
simple.
Yeah.
If he's not
The
living a
Bible
life
says
towards
that.
You can't force him to see our perspective.
Let me take over here for a little bit.
very simple. Like it's not
It's not that complex. It's actually not that deep.
Yeah,
it's really not that deep. If you don't agree, you don't agree, mate.
conviction, if you don't have the spirit, you're not going to have conviction. Like it just is what it is.
All right,
Why
so
would you want to change that?
I'll just go back to your argument. So just to bring it back to this whole thing of, well, okay, what I had said previously was we had a woman who came on the show, and she was traveling in Europe, and she had no qualms at all with just sleeping with men, multiple men, within minutes or hours of meeting them. She came back to the United States. She's back home. Oh, now, okay, two totally different viewpoints on this. Now that I'm back home, I'm going to make men wait. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I need commitment. I need a relationship. No religious reasons, just totally arbitrary. And then 2 weeks after she has this new standard, she goes on a trip to Vegas. She fucks a guy. Within 30 minutes of meeting him, no real actual standard. Okay, don't care about that.
I actually don't agree with that.
Don't give a fuck about that at all, actually. I want to talk about this trope of, women having like this double standard of the conduct towards men. And your argument essentially was, well, what if it's about that she really thinks the guy is really special and she, wants to value herself?
For your specific situation, I would say that it's a challenge of her identity, because clearly that she falls back on her morals and principles, because she says that I'm going to do this and then I do that and then I do this. So it would be a deeper conversation to have with this girl, hypothetically, on what is your identity, what are your morals, values, and principles, because clearly when you go somewhere else, you default on them. So that person actually doesn't have a lot of integrity, would be the analysis of this person.
No, I don't think it has anything to do with that.
You don't think so? so?
No, I just think it's this totally arbitrary thing. She's traveling. It's like, okay, I'm just going to hook up.
I don't think so.
And I don't really care about it from that perspective. The perspective is, once again, to bring it back to the male perspective of that's bullshit.
Yes.
I'm not going, like, that's unfair. So I'm going to feel a certain type of way about that. And because of that, I may or may not feel like you're worthy of waiting for.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's totally fine.
Like,
as a man.
the perspective is,
Like-
is she worth waiting for? And it seems evident to me if she's has this sort of two different standards that are occurring at the same time, that no, she's not worth waiting for. It's one thing if it's always been your standard and you've had 3 long-term relationships and you made all of them wait. But if you've had 10 casual hookups and you slept with them all really quickly, and now you're coming to me and you want a long-term relationship with me, and I have no inclinations towards waiting weeks or months to have sex, I'm going to look at that and feel like that's a bullshit proposition. I'm going to go date a different girl.
Yeah, and it's
because
as
you're
simple
playing
as
a
that.
game with me.
It's
But I just don't understand the logic of, because you were saying, well, like, you're kind of, it's like they reward the fuckboys who never give them commitment with immediate sex and punish the guys worthy of a relationship by making them wait weeks, months, or even until marriage.
I think the reason why women do that is, again, there's a need for validation. And so if a guy is distant, if he's cold, if he's backing off, a woman therefore wants him, which is why these F-boys seem to get the reward, because they need to seek that validation and that reward of knowing, oh, they like me, they slept with me, even though they're hot and cold. Where when they have the more solidified yes from a guy that's pursuing them, that's into them, it's this weird psychology which comes back to identity, I think, of I know he's there, but that doesn't fulfill that void of validation.
But isn't
that guy
that
feels that
crazy?
void.
So-
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I'm
That's
just
crazy,
trying to
but that's how
debunk
it is. That's
yeah.
how it is. So the girls are giving sex to the guys who are the least deserving.
Which is a major problem.
They're giving
Yeah.
sex to the guys who are probably, by their own estimation, the least deserving of it. They're not treating them well, et cetera, et cetera. And then the guys who are treating them well, we're going to wait.
Yep, absolutely. And it's a major problem. And I 100% agree with you that it's not right.
And also, too, even comes from a perspective of what was their, for me, what did you see growing up? If all they seen was maybe their parents or their aunts, uncles, whoever it was, get into those type of relationships, and they're like, okay, I want to be in these type of relationships too. It honestly goes back to the way you grew up too. If you're around something so often, you're going to attract that as well, versus if I was never taught, I didn't grow up in a happy household where my parents got along and all that stuff. So it's like, if I grew up seeing that, I'm like, okay, that's what I deserve too. If I never seen what an actual healthy relationship's supposed to look like, I'm probably not going to be attracted to that. And it sucks. Yeah, like we said, it sucks that us women, sometimes we want to go after the bad boys. We want that validation, and it comes back to that fulfillment. It comes back to what all we've seen all our life. If I grew up 15 years seeing that type of relationship, realistically, I'm probably going to get into that relationship until I'm introduced to something new. And I get your perspective. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. And we can't validate that. And if a man says, okay, I'm not going to wait for you, I don't want to be with you. Okay, awesome. For the girl, awesome. You're not the one for me. Cool. Keep it pushing. It's not that hard. It's like, for me, at least in my perspective, it's very simple. It's, if he doesn't want to be with me, okay, cool, awesome. Like, thank you for letting me know. Yeah. And
No,
we
he
can keep on
does.
going.
He does want to be with you, but you're essentially extending to him very different treatment than the way you've treated. This is something I've experienced with women I've dated myself. They'll be like, "Oh, I want to wait. I want to wait," but they're otherwise seem interested in me. And then if I just do even like a base level of like questioning, have you ever had a one-night stand? Yes. Have you ever had a friends with benefits? Yes. Oh, okay, 4th date, you still don't like, and it's just like this really weird look. It's her call, she doesn't want to do it. Totally respect it, but I'm going to start feeling like you're playing a game with me, and it just doesn't, like, you're just playing a game. You're trying to leverage sex to get something from me or get commitment. And then I'm like, I just start losing interest because I'm like, okay, she's not interested, so I'm not interested then. Maybe I'll stick around a bit and have sex with her. But once a girl's already started playing that game, I'm just already losing interest. These girls think, oh, if I make him wait, he'll respect me more. No. Well, not really, because we actually, in my experience, all the long-term relationships I've had, we had sex first, second date.
But
it wasn't, let's wait.
Trauma bonding or
What? How does it have to do with
No, I wasn't going to
trauma?
say that, but do you feel from what you're saying, if the girl, I know that she's had sex with other people, and then she's saying with me she hasn't, we get to the third, fourth date, she still doesn't. What that could potentially say is that's hitting a nerve for you. So wouldn't you prefer to look internally and say, why does that actually annoy me? Is it because there's an insecurity within me that brings up? And so when a girl doesn't, I feel that she has to have sex with me to validate something within me. So wouldn't you prefer to internally look at why that bugs you instead of necessarily analyzing why the girl's not sleeping with you?
No, I think it's because men and women see sex differently.
Yeah, I'm just asking out of curiosity.
So okay. Again, we've already kind of discussed this. But so you're saying the girl fucked 10 other dudes on the first night. And then she wants me to wait 4 dates, 5 dates, 6 dates, 7 dates. It annoys me, not because I feel insecure, but she's clearly playing a game, and she has actually it's just a totally arbitrary decision on her end. I heard this from a TikTok. I heard this from a friend. Let me make the dude wait, even though she has no actual qualms with fucking quickly.
That
and
makes sense.
This scenario plays out all the time.
Yeah.
A girl will do this, the man will be annoyed by it, and then she'll just meet the next guy and fuck him immediately. So it has absolutely nothing to do with her standards. It's just you're playing a game.
Yeah.
You're trying to leverage sex to get compliance from men in some sort of way. And so it doesn't frustrate me because I'm rejected. It's just like you're playing a game.
Yeah, and there
You're
are
playing
women
a
who
game.
do play
it
those
has
games.
nothing to do with your values.
Yeah.
And it's just a totally different treatment. And like, how are you going to say you want a long-term relationship with me? You think I'm special? All those other guys, they weren't worthy of a relationship with you, but you gave them pussy, and I'm the one who's worthy of a relationship, but you don't want to have sex with me? It doesn't compute to me. It literally does not make sense.
Yeah.
That's it.
In that situation, I feel like it's true, but say she does have like this big switch and regrets her past promiscuity or whatever, and she wants to like wait, and she's not just going to do this with you, she's going to do this with any other guy.
Will I know, though?
From that
There's
on.
no way for me to know.
Yeah, but
And you
I
never
think
know.
like women like that, they have their reasons, they just don't know how to tell you without making you feel like shitty. As in like, oh, they want to just make sure you're a good guy because they don't just want to, they're just afraid of like adding a body to their body count. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, look, on one hand, yes, it's better to change than to continue in your degenerate promiscuity, but expecting a new relationship partner to accept less than previous partners got while asking them to put in more than previous partners put in, I think is unacceptable.
I think that's even where the first problem is too. You're bringing your past relationships into your new relationship. Yeah, there's going to be times where you talk about your past relationships, but if you're so caught up on my past relationships, like if you're so caught up on it and you don't feel like this relationship's going to work for you, or you feel like I'm leveraging this stuff on you, like she said, there is a switch for some people, and then there are women who use it as a leverage, and I can't fend for them because I don't know. But like, you can't really sit here and be like, well, she had all this body count and or not, I don't want to say that you said you're less, but you can't fathom or wrap your head around it. But at the end of the day, like, if you don't want that, then
Okay, here, I'll give you an
continue.
analogy. All right, so thoughts on this situation. You've been in a situationship with a guy for 6 months. You really like him. You want him to commit to you, but he says he likes to take things slow. Somehow you find out that the last 3 girls he had a committed relationship with, he initiated the commitment conversation after only 3 weeks of dating. How does that make you feel? And what does that say about how he views you?
Wait, say the last part again. Sorry. The next one is, you said he didn't have that conversation until after 3 weeks, like saying he wants to take things slow.
What do you like not understanding about it, or?
No, he said he wants to take things slow, but then you learn that his previous relationships he moved faster with, but he lied to you saying, I'd like to go slow, when his history shows that he does not like to go slow.
I mean, I would hope he had learned something from one relationship to the next, and if it doesn't, it's just going to be revealed. And then you make that decision if you want to continue.
Wouldn't you feel a little shortchanged, though?
I mean, I'm going to feel some type of way, but I'm not going to sit there and cry about it and be like, oh my gosh, he lied to me. Yeah, okay, if he lied to me and this is something I'm not interested in and he lied to me, he already broke that trust, okay.
All right, here's another scenario. Okay. There's been no changes at all to his financial standing. You find out that a man you've been on a date with, and he took you to, he didn't pick you up, made you take the bus. You met him at McDonald's. You find out that all his previous dates, he took them to 3-star Michelin restaurants, paid for the whole date, but he took you to McDonald's and he had you split. But he only did that because, you know, he thinks you're the one, like you're worth, like, waiting for. Anything?
And that's the only reason, because he thinks you're worth waiting for?
Yeah,
Are there
like
other
he's
reasons?
like all the other girls, they didn't matter. Like they were just flings. They were just friends with benefits. And he bought them gifts. He took them on trips. He provided. He paid for first dates, roses, etc. But now you're the girl that he wants to be in a long-term relationship with. But because of that, you don't get any of those benefits that the previous women got. You know, just the girls that really didn't matter. They were just flings, hookups, whatever. You don't get flowers. You don't get dates. You don't get trips. But you're the girl who's worthy of a long-term relationship.
Is that like forever? Or are you just talking about in the initial dating phase?
Oh no, just an arbitrary. You know, could be 3 months until he starts to do some of those nice things for you.
Well, why would that potentially be a negative if the specific only reason that he's doing that is because he feels like you're the one and he's waiting to show those things because maybe in the past he's done that too quickly with people that didn't matter? Wouldn't that be a positive? No.
In what world does providing to that level with a woman tend to negatively impact his odds of having a long-term relationship with her?
Well, I don't know.
She used them for
Personally,
money.
Can I ask a question?
yeah, I was going to say, how many women use men for that type of crap and then go on to the next one?
So let's assume he did have a bad experience. I'll just grant that. Why would it be wrong for a woman to feel like, oh, he cared about these past girls way more. He did way more for them. He provided for them. I feel like chopped liver. I feel like, why is he doing all that shit for girls he claims he didn't give a fuck about? Why is he doing all that stuff for these hookups and girls he doesn't care about? I'm his girlfriend. I'm the girl that he says that he's serious about, and he wants more, and he wants it to have more meaning, and he wants a relationship.
Well, obviously, he respects her as being a boss babe.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's just
answers?
already kind of like I said before, like bringing in those past relationships and how he treated other women. That's where comparison starts to come in. If I'm already comparing,
Yeah, but you don't think like if you girls found out that a guy you're dating, he never takes you on dates, never does romantic shit, but he's your boyfriend. He tells you he adores you and cares so much about you, and you're better than all the other girls he's dated in the past. But you find out that he did all that stuff for girls that were just casual sex, hookups, sneaky links, and he says, I didn't really care, they were just fuck girls, whatever. I didn't really care about them. You wouldn't feel a certain type of way? Like, why was he giving these other girls who he used to date all this good treatment, gifts, vacations, dinner, etc.? Why is he giving it to her? I should deserve that.
Yeah, and after a while, like she said, like, is it just the beginning phase? Like, if it's that beginning phase, cool, awesome, and that's where healthy communication comes in. Is like, hey, like, you know what, to spend time with each other, I'd like to go out to dinner, expressing that too. I mean, and because sometimes
he's waiting until marriage.
Yeah,
I feel like a simple answer to this is comparison is the thief of joy, and just that's it. If you keep comparing, you're just going to have your joy taken from you.
Yeah, you should never bring in your past relationship. Like,
you're telling me as a woman, if you were dating a guy and he never did anything romantic, he never took you out on a date.
It depends, as we're saying.
Hold on. You're telling me fine, comparison is the thief of joy or whatever. You're telling me as a woman, if you knew verifiably that he did all these things for girls he claims he didn't care about, but he's dating you, he wants long-term with you, never takes you on dates, just a homebody, you just chill, Netflix and chill, whatever. You wouldn't feel any type of way? You wouldn't think, does he really like me? Because why did all the previous women get this good treatment, but I don't?
I even think too, my validation doesn't come in the things he does for me. It's the way he treats me in a sense of how he provides for me spiritually, emotionally. Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, like feeling some type of way about the way he's treating you. And that's where just communication comes in. If you want more, ask for more. Ask and you shall receive. Knock on the door and the door will be open.
Yeah, no, you ask and he says, no, I want to wait a couple months.
A couple months to start providing for you?
Yeah, but I want to wait a couple months to be a provider and to take you out on romantic dates. Let's just keep things, like let's not, do dates at all. Just come over and let's hang out. I'm not going to buy you.
We could just be friends until then. We don't have to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh, no, there's a romantic interest. I don't want to do those things.
If she really likes him, she'll look past it.
Why would he wait?
I
think it's pretty simple. Is it like for revenge?
What do you mean?
Because the girl's not having sex, or is it?
No,
No, we're not.
What a curveball.
I'm trying to paint this
the male comparison of the double
the male comparison of just to put it into your heads, how you might feel if you found out that an ex or even a casual fling that he had got this amazing treatment from him, and you, as the girl he claims to really care about and wants something long term, you don't get any of that treatment. You don't get gifts, you don't get dates, you don't get romance, you don't get all these things. You don't get providing for.
I think even
you can protect yourself.
I think providing, protecting, I don't know, but
yeah, you can until we're married, you can just protect for your. You can protect yourself.
Stay quiet on this.
He would have to show that in another way. He can't. He has to show that he cares in a different way.
I think his point is he's not showing that he cares at all, because that's the counterpoint of for women it's withholding sex, for men it's withholding that visual or that emotional feels, because that's what women thrive on. Women thrive on feeling that wantedness from a man, and men thrive on feeling the physical of sex. So it's the double standard. Nobody wants a double standard, and yet women are more willing to say, you have to deal with my double standards, but I'm not going to deal with your double standards.
I think it just comes down at the end of the day to the woman's standards and her standards for herself, her standards for the relationship, her communication. And so
I don't think any woman going into that
really not provide at all until a good 3 to 6 months in.
I don't disagree.
A guy shouldn't pay for dates. You should just go 50-50. He shouldn't protect her, until 3 to 6 months in. He shouldn't do really anything.
I think women should pursue
Well, no, okay, so see, I think the roles as a protecting, providing, all the things, and then if we look at as a wife, honor, respect, it's we're gonna do that from the get-go, not just until we're married. But the whole sex part, that's just something in itself that comes back to being equally yoked. If you guys both know why, but if you guys don't, if you guys are not unequally yoked, or if you guys aren't even in that frame, then.
Yeah, anyways, I do have to move things on. Nick, before we go to Twitch, I do have a quick question for the whole panel. Let's see here. I kind of need to wait until she's back, so let me read chats and then we'll ask the question. Sorry that we're finally getting to this, Anonymous. It took a while. A guy meets 2 women. One sleeps with every guy on first or second date. The other woman is waiting for marriage. Which one of these 2 women would make the guy a better man? One sleeps with every guy on... Which one of these 2 women would make the guy a better man? Probably the one who's making him wait until marriage.
Yeah. Dang.
Thank you, Anonymous.
That's good, Anonymous.
Appreciate it.
That's a word.
Came out, Mateus, for the prot girl prattling, being born again doesn't eradicate your past or your convictions. Go learn what justification means, please. Glory to Jesus. Oh my God. Glory. Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, you got it. Come on. Don't let the devil stop you.
Glory to Jesus Christ. Glory forever.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you, Mateus. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Did you have a response to Mateus or?
No, I didn't really fully read it.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Question for the whole panel going around the table. So, have you ever seen a beautiful girl with a mid guy? Starting with you.
Yeah, pretty much all the time.
All the time. Pretty common thing. More common than the reverse?
Yeah.
Like a mid chick with a hot dude?
I think... I don't know. I think I've seen hot chicks dating mid guys more often than the reverse.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Now, if you want to cure hiccups...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, it just depends on what you define as hot, what's not hot. But if you're looking at the physical attribute, yeah, there's maybe some girls that seem like they're out of the guys' league that are together.
More common than the reverse.
No, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of equal.
Equal? Okay. What about you?
Yeah, equal, definitely.
Equal in terms of
Like I've seen, like
girl with a mid guy,
and vice
beautiful
versa.
guy with a mid. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen both.
Equal.
I think typically probably more beautiful woman with the mid guy.
Okay.
It's more
What
common.
about you?
I think it's more a higher, sexier man with a mid girl.
Maddie Morgan.
Beautiful woman with the mid guy.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Nick, go to Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. Stay safe. Thank you again for that raid. You're probably gone, but thank you, bro. Guys, drop us a follow if you're watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, open up in the tab, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. We're doing Twitch exclusive streams. Are you guys streaming tomorrow? You guys going to stream tomorrow? Nick, you free?
We can talk about it later.
Okay. That might be a no. Okay, we'll see. Okay, and then...
Help.
Guys, 25 minutes since we've last had a Prime. I think it's bugged. I think our Twitch is bugged. Can somebody do a little test in the chat? Maddie?
Help.
Morgan?
Help.
Help. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We do have a question from our dear friend Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7, starting with you. Go ahead.
I hate this round.
Okay, I don't like this question because I normally let other people rate my looks, but if I have to, I'll be like 8.5.
Okay. What about you?
10, fully confident.
Into the mic.
Oh, 10, fully confident in myself.
Okay.
What an uncomfortable question.
Right.
Why is it uncomfortable?
It literally makes me so uncomfortable because I have no idea. Some people might think I'm super cute. Some people might think I'm super ugly. Personally, I think I'm cute.
What's your own self-assessment?
I don't know. Like, I guess I would say 7 would so be my answer. I'll give it an 8.
Okay. What about you?
Some people think I'm a 1. Some people think I'm a 10. I think I'm a 10.
Okay.
6 typically, 8 on a good day when I'm all dolled up.
All right.
A 4.
Maddie.
8.
Morgan.
I would say 8.
Give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Come on.
10.
10.
He's obviously a 10.
Who said 10?
I did.
I would say a 4.
Confident 10.
He got excited. He was like,
So, 10, 8, 10. Let's start there.
here we go.
So, I'm going to kind of just steal Andrew's question here. So, if we asked 100 random men to rate your physical attractiveness, would that change that answer? Like, what would the average rating be?
To answer your first question, it would not change my answer. Their average rating, I have no idea what it would be.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I guess what would your answer be to the new question then?
What they would say?
What do you think, if we asked 100 random men to rate your physical attractiveness, what do you think the average rating would be? Still 10?
No, because men they all have their different tastes, what they like and everything. Anywhere, it could be from 1 to 10. Honestly, I couldn't even give you a score because there could be a guy who is not physically attracted to me at all, but then there's guys who are like, oh yeah, so I couldn't even give you an average rating.
Well, a guy could
But
not be attracted to you, but still give you a rating.
I mean, yeah, but there's still that, they look good, so I'm going to give them this number. I mean,
What do you mean?
So if a guy, like you said, he could not be attracted to me but still give me a rating, I wouldn't know what that rating would be because there's guys who have different what they like, what they don't like.
Okay, let me bump it to 100,000 men. So, 100,000 men, what about that? Average rating of all those?
I don't know, anywhere from a 5 to a 10, but that still wouldn't change my answer.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You guys are both Christians, and the 10 is perfect. But are you guys perfect?
No, the way I'm confident in who God says I am. He says I'm beautifully and wonderfully made, so I'm gonna be confident in the Word.
Yeah,
so I'm not.
Yeah.
That gives you nowhere to grow.
Yeah, there's always room to grow spiritually.
Not when you're a 10.
But I'm talking about
confidence.
10 out of 100.
Wait,
So
sorry.
you wouldn't change anything
hold on,
about
hold
your
on.
looks?
Go ahead, Madison.
No.
Oh, I was also saying, like, the question is essentially, like, rate your looks, not rate your confidence. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the way I look at
I'm
myself.
an 8, but I would say my confidence is probably higher than an 8.
Wait, so just to be clear, you're 23, correct?
Yes.
And you're a 10 out of 10 looks. You're a virgin. And yet you're single.
Yeah.
How could this possibly be?
It's not God. I don't. It's not God's timing, and I don't just. There's been. Men
But you
who
said
have
you've been in situationships.
Yeah.
Did you end it or did they?
I did.
You ended it. Okay.
Don't you?
Well, let's ask a quick follow-up
Go ahead.
to our Christian friends on the panel. You're honest, correct?
Yes.
And are you honest to the girl in the white shirt?
Yes.
Name's Victoria.
And to the girl next to you, are you honest?
Yeah.
Great. Rate each other.
10.
That's not honesty.
Wait.
It is because
I have-
Oh, so you're a whole bunch of fucking liars, is what you just got done
No,
saying.
we're not-
So all of you are 10s, so none of you are 10s? Now, I got to ask, all of you look exactly alike? You're carbon clones of each other, or you're not?
No offense, but one of you guys has had work done. So
Yeah, so I don't understand. I thought you just got done
that doesn't
telling me
have
that
to
you
do with
guys were
anything.
honest.
I mean,
Can
if
you
you're
rate the
perfect,
girl
why would
next
you
to you
change?
honestly, or can't you?
What?
Can you rate the girl next to you honestly, or can't you?
So okay, I'm still going. What?
Go ahead. I'm laughing at something else.
I still think that the whole perspective on like the 10 is because, like I said last time, I have to always put myself in a place where I look at myself as a 10. So wherever I walk in, the way I think about myself isn't a confident. Because if I were to not, and I think from my flesh and be hard on myself and listen to the devil, I'll give myself a really low number. For what? What does that do for anybody? And if we're looking at like the average. But what does that do? Because I had people that tell me that I'm ugly, but I've had men that tell me I'm super beautiful. And
Sure, yeah. What about the girl next to you? What is she? What is the girl next to you?
She's a 10.
Well, about the room to
wait,
grow.
and the girl next to you on your
growing
left.
aspect is like
Hang
so.
on. And the girl next to you on your left. What is she?
Alyssa.
I'm sorry, the red dress. The girl in the red dress. What is she?
She's a 10 as well.
Wait, hold on.
Is there, in fact, let me just ask
Literally,
you this.
I'm not going to give a number to anybody
Is there
else
any
other than
girl
10.
at the table you wouldn't rate as a 10?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, so, and you're an honest person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, saying you don't lie.
Because you're telling me that the way God looks at us, she's not ugly. Oh, I mean, she's ugly. She's ugly.
Just asking you for societal beauty standard from your own perspective.
That's always changing, though. The culture's always changing.
Even though it's always changing,
when I
whatever
was
it
in middle
currently
school,
is,
super
whatever
straight
it
hair
currently
was
is, that's not changed
high
in your
school,
mind.
It was poofy hair. Now it's like I don't even know. I can't keep up with all the culture standards. It's like so beauty standards is whatever. It's
So,
just,
is there any woman on planet Earth who's not a 10?
This girl right here.
No, let her answer
wait.
the question.
Hold
Is there any woman on planet Earth who isn't a 10?
no.
No.
Oh, wait.
So then, there we go.
I gotta
so
jump
the thing
in.
is, hang on.
Wait, hold on,
Is there
did I
any
answer wrong?
woman on planet Earth who's a Satanist?
No. Thank you, Hal Horvath.
No? There's no
I didn't say no. That was her.
You didn't even listen to the question. You're not even listening.
Last second.
I was reading the comment. I was reading the comment. She's the one that said yes to Satanist, you dork.
You said no. There's no woman on planet
She
Earth who's a
did. That was
Satanist.
not
Face
me.
donated 200
You're laughing at
dollars.
yourself. That was
Elephant in the
her.
room.
1 sec.
Since Biden is out, if Kamala, if
Yes,
are you
Kamala.
voting for her? And if neither Trump or her, who would you like the Democratic nominee to be?
Hold on. We're gonna have to come back to this. Thank for the TTS. We're just in the middle of the rating thing, so I
That was her,
will
though,
write this
Andrew.
down.
I said, is there any woman on planet Earth who's not a Satanist? You said no.
That was her.
Wait, hold on. Let
Oh,
me-
what did you say?
I was listening to the comment. I wasn't even listening to your question.
Yeah, I know you weren't listening.
Well, the comment
That's a big
had my
problem
name.
that you have, is
The
you don't
comment
listen.
had my name.
All right, hold on. Let me.
Let me ask: if every woman on planet Earth is a 10, then what does 10 mean?
It's different to everybody.
Wait.
It's not
Yeah,
my
what
place.
does
Hold
it
on.
mean
Not
to
my
you?
place.
Hold on.
No. What does it mean for objective beauty standards? So, for instance, if a woman If a woman was 800 pounds and her arms and legs were lopped off and half of her face was burned off, do you think objectively most men would find her attractive?
She'd be unhealthy and she'd have some type of disability, yes.
But tell me she's a 10. Lie to me. Lie to me and tell me she's a 10.
She's a 10 in her own way in God's eyes. I'm not going to do society.
I don't know what else I can say to show how delusional you are.
It's not
But how the
delusional.
fuck
I'm
are
just
you
not
going to have
gonna
a ministry
degrade
when all you do is
someone. I'm not
lie?
gonna
How are you going to
degrade
have a ministry when all you do
Okay.
is lie?
Why would I? Okay, so if I told her you're a 1, how is that not degrading? How is that beneficial to
Even if
anybody?
it was
How is that
degrading,
loving?
even if it was
how is
degrading,
that gentle? How is
I
that
thought you
kind?
believed in the truth. Do you believe in the truth?
Okay, this fruit of the spirit is kind, loving. That's not loving. Why would I
It's
tell?
not loving to tell me that I'm a 10 when I'm not.
But you should look at yourself as a 10,
No.
and as I do too. And when I do, I'm gonna go work out more. I'm gonna go eat better. I'm gonna do that because I want to be a 10.
If I'm already perfect, why do I need to make myself look
Well,
better?
that's your mindset. I'm thinking I'm a 10, so I'm gonna try even harder to stay.
Improve yourself to nothing because you're
You
already
can
a
always
10?
improve yourself.
Then you're not a 10.
That's okay, but you saying that's just a cop out. Of course, there's always room to grow, but I'm saying I'm not gonna sit here and degrade someone and put a number on them. I'm just not.
But saying that you're a 10 out of a 10 means you're a perfect scale.
Okay.
Let me
There's
just
a huge
ask you
difference
this
between
then,
10 and
instead.
1.
Let me ask you a different
I'm
question.
10 and I'm gonna
Are there some
continuously
people?
do. What's
Why
that?
not a
Are there some people who are
9.8?
prettier or better looking than other people?
In other people's eyes, yes, 100%.
No, even in,
Okay.
hold on, let me jump in.
Oh gosh.
So I asked a question that says, have you ever seen a beautiful woman with a mid guy?
Yeah.
So just by you answering that question, you've already conceded that you can make determinations as to physical attractiveness.
Right.
And you said, well, it's equal. I've seen both mid men with a beautiful women, and I've seen beautiful men with mid women.
Yes.
So you yourself can make analysis on people's physical attractiveness.
But even then, I've had this conversation with my friend. As a Christian, we should all look at everybody as beautiful and as perfect, right? As Christian. Yes, we're made in the image of God. Yes, we
It
can.
doesn't mean we're perfect.
So-
Okay, but what I'm saying is, okay, if I see someone that is 100 pounds or 400 pounds, of course, it breaks my heart because it's like, okay, they're unhealthy and they
Okay.
don't see themselves as a 10. That's why they're at that level.
Hold on, wait.
Hang on.
Well,
You know
that's
what? I
what
just
I
want to ask
think.
this one quick question. We should see everybody as a 10.
I think everyone should see themselves as a 10 and think themselves as encourage each other to
you
be a
said
10.
as a Christian, we should see everybody as a 10.
Yeah, and like in God through
Yeah.
God's eyes. But if we look at it through society
Through God's
and
eyes.
like
Do you-
culture
so let
and
me ask you
simple,
something. Do you think that chomos are 10s?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a person who diddles kids. Do you think they're 10s?
What does that have to do with their?
I just want to make sure through God's eyes we're seeing it the same way. Are they 10s?
That is God's child, and he's heartbroken and lost, and needs Jesus. 100%.
they're
but
perfect. They're perfect too, right?
I don't think God sees us as perfect, though.
He sees us as in His image, and of course, the whole killer thing. We're not. That's a whole nother conversation, though. Now we're talking about characteristics and values and all that.
Yeah,
We're talking
because you
about-
brought all that in and said that is part of what makes you a 10 or not a 10. So I'm asking you, if that is a part of what makes you a 10 or not a 10, is a person who diddles kids a 10? Because you see them through God's eyes?
Physically, he could be super.
Because you see them, I see them through God's eyes, and God just loves them anyway, even
I
though
don't
they
think
did this
mentally,
heinous act?
No, mentally, no. But I feel like, yeah, he could be born again. He could be a 10 and change his ways of thinking. Of course he can. And no one's unredeemable. Even people that are extremely
Oh my
overweight.
God, let's keep it on to the looks thing.
Well,
Let's keep it on to the
But
looks.
I think that's what makes somebody see somebody else.
They can't engage with the looks. They
as
refuse
a 10
to.
is you love them for their imperfections. So no, to the world they are not a 10, but in your eyes they are a 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
In
means
your
you have
eyes.
to admit that not everyone is a 10.
In your eyes, they're a 10. You can look at everybody and look at them as a 10 and look at them for their best selves.
All right,
Why not?
let me ask you a question. So, I gotta wait until your friend's back for this.
Well, I'll ask one in the interim. Do people go to hell?
Yes.
Of course.
Did God see them as 10s?
Oh, because they rejected him.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, that's weird. So you're saying that, wait,
We're talking
God
about
doesn't see
physical,
everybody wait, you're saying God doesn't see everybody? Well, no, you said it wasn't just physical. You said I can't make this distinguishment between the physical. It's a whole package. right?
I'm just not going to sit here and degrade someone. I don't think my God is going to want me to. If God was sitting right
why
here,
do you see it as degrading though?
yeah, I think it's degrading.
Why?
Yeah, I know, because you think that lying is preferable to
It's not
telling the truth.
lying. It's not lying, but it's. I'm just
How
not
is it
gonna
not
say
lying?
because
yeah, you just said every woman on
because
planet
what
Earth
if-
physically is a 10, and you're going to tell me that you're
I'm not
lying?
going to
Go
sit
ahead and
here
lie
and
more.
tell and put insecurities into my own perspective and put insecurities on women. How? Why? Just because of my perspective. Why would I sit here and do that? I'm not going to do that.
Because it's what's true.
Do you wear makeup?
Okay, yes, I do.
Why do you wear makeup?
Because it's my way of expressing myself, just the same way I do braids. But I also, for people that know me, I go without makeup and barefaced a lot of times as well.
You
It just
think you're a
depends
10
on.
with and
Well, can we finish? Let us finish our discussion. We're almost done,
Ashleys,
and then I'll
different
turn it
Ashleys,
over.
different-
Right? But I would like to finish this. I would like to know, isn't it so that for you to condemn people who are heretics and to condemn non-Christians for the activities that they do, you're going to have to be degrading?
I'm sorry, I was reading the comments again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'll ask again.
Go ahead.
Isn't it true that in order for you to condemn heretics and condemn people who go against the word of God, that you're going to have to be degrading?
No. Degrading. You
No?
have to.
So if somebody tells you that their mother made them into a secularist and that their mother physically abused them and this is the way that they are, and you say that their mother is wrong, would that be degrading their mother?
I don't know, but this is like a word salad.
You don't
at this
know?
point. At
It's
this
not a
point.
word salad.
Yeah, it is because I'm just.
How can you have conversations with people without risking offense and degradation? How is that even possible? If you're going to try to convince them of a worldview, how is it possible that you can make it every single time so that they take no offense and no degradation? How is that even possible?
Yeah, but when it comes to looks, it's different. It's not. We're not talking about
No.
something that's so deep. It's like because at the end of the day, I know there's a man that looks at her and he's like, she's a 10. A man's gonna look at her, she's a 10. A man's gonna look at me at. So who am I to put that my perception or beauty standards that are gonna constantly be changing?
That's what we're asking.
I think that's
for, is
actually
we're not
code.
asking you for that man's beauty
kinda code.
perception. We're not asking you for that woman's beauty perception. We're asking for your beauty perception, yours.
No, it's ever changing. So I'm not gonna rely on my ever-changing perception. Just same thing. Sometimes, okay, I went through a
You're just
phase
gonna
where I
lie
thought
to us.
braids were really ugly. Now I'm wearing them. It's like standards are always changing. So why am I going to sit here and point and give numbers to girls? Like that's just.
It's kind of funny.
That's actually not really even what the conversation is about.
Yeah, it is. We're grading with
We're
numbers.
asking you from your subjective viewpoint on subjective beauty standards, from your subjective viewpoint of what you consider beautiful and not beautiful to be, to give yourself a rating based on that.
It's really
Yeah,
fascinating for somebody who's Christian, who has such, because Christians have such a very set worldview of this is how you should live your life, but yet you're so unwilling to say, yes, there is a beauty standard.
It's just I can't sit here and say that even that's biblical. Like where in the Bible is saying that some people are ugly, some
I'm not
people
saying
are
it's biblical.
But
I'm saying you
that's
have
what
such
I'm
a
saying.
hard life structure of I have to do these things to be a good Christian, but I'm not willing to say that there's such thing as a beauty standard.
The beauty standard is always changing though, so I'm not going to sit here and rate.
Well, then that means that there was one at some point.
But
So
it's
whenever the
constantly
standard,
changing,
before
and
the
it's-
standard changed to whatever the standard is to the standard, there was a standard. So based on whatever you think that standard is right now, can you tell us what yours is?
No, I'm just not.
No.
This is the only one even the last time, it just doesn't, it goes in circles and it never makes sense. But like the comment said, you should grade your wife and put a picture of your wife up. Let's
Yeah,
see
my
what
wife's a 6.
I think Rachel's beautiful.
I think she's a 10.
Now, is there any chance, now that I've answered your question honestly, that you'll answer mine?
No.
No, Andrew, I can't do that because I'm a fucking lying heretic and I just preach a false gospel constantly. I can't answer a single question you ask me honestly. It's impossible, Andrew. You could just go ahead and say that. That would be okay too.
Yeah, like that comment is good too. Yeah, beauty is fleeting. There's no constant in it. So it's just I'm not gonna sit here and I'm just not going to.
Yeah. You're
Okay.
just
Well,
not
I've got some questions.
Going to ever engage with an actual, question that might risk offense to somebody else, even if it was true from your viewpoint, which is exactly why women shouldn't be ministers, because you suck at it. You refuse to engage in what's actually being asked. That's why you're a bunch of atheist factories. You people are atheist factories. You make atheists out of people. You don't make Christians out of them.
Yes.
I'll beg to differ.
Well, I have a couple. He needs a smoke break. Okay. I have a couple questions. So, 10, 10, 8, if I recall, for the two 10s here at the table. So then you guys do think, comparatively speaking, that you're the most attractive girls at the table?
No, I think we all are. Because I'm thinking.
You're just all equally attractive.
Yeah, I'm not going to engage in this conversation anymore. So we can just not answer.
Well,
that.
I mean, Andrew had his go,
I didn't answer it because I'm just not. When it comes to this is the only question I won't. I just do not.
Can't.
I just don't want to. It's degrading. It's just I'm not going to sit here.
How's it degrading?
Personally, okay, that's how I feel. So a lot of people haven't said a lot on the pod, and there was no problem. So I'm going to sit this.
Well,
one out.
there's two women who said that they're 10s.
Yeah, that's in my eyes. I mean, I don't
Right.
need
So I'm
anyone to
asking
agree
though.
with
Some of the women here rated themselves lower.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying that they're wrong in their own self-assessment?
No, if that's how they feel, I mean, that's how they feel. But at the same time, I feel like they are.
Right. So, but okay. Since you guys did rate yourself the highest, are you guys prepared to sit here and say that you guys are the most attractive women at the table? Both of you?
No, and I'm not going to answer anymore when it comes to this.
You're not going to... I mean, I have more questions on this, so I'm going to keep asking you.
I mean, doesn't God tell you to be humble?
So...
and that's why I'm not going to answer these questions.
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, I don't need to answer all the questions. Like, I really don't. I don't know why. If I don't want to talk about this specific question, if it's that much of a problem, then it's a problem. But I just do not want to engage in this specific question.
Why?
That's it.
Why? Can you say why?
I've already said it. I'm just not going to say anything.
Are you not going to say anything?
I answered my part.
Are you not going to engage in the conversation?
I can't speak for her.
I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to speak for her. I'm asking if you'll engage.
Engage.
Or are you going to be a sheep and follow your friend?
No, I gave you an answer.
To what?
What's the answer?
I asked if you're going to engage in the conversation.
Oh, yeah, I can if I feel comfortable. But it's like I already gave you an answer to the last question. So if you're looking to ask more questions, I will then answer.
Yeah, great. Okay. Well, then answer.
Okay.
Is there a beauty standard which you hold?
A beauty standard that I hold?
Yeah. Are you going to lie to me? Or are you going to tell me the truth?
Are you going to finish that sentence?
Are you going to lie to me, or are you going to tell me the truth? Is there a beauty standard that you hold? Do you hold a standard for what you consider to be beautiful?
I mean, from my perspective, my views of beauty is going to look different for everyone else.
Just your perspective, sure.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah.
Do you hold one?
For myself, I mean...
For everybody who you encounter?
I'm not going around just rating people or saying like, oh, they look like this, they look
well,
like
sure.
that.
No, I understand that everybody you meet, you may not think whether or not they're beautiful, but certainly there's many people you meet who you think are less attractive than other people, right?
Yeah, maybe people's physical attributes look different or they look more enhanced than others. And
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. So there are some people from your standard who you think are less attractive than others, right?
In my perspective, yeah.
Okay, that's totally reasonable and completely fair. Can you tell me, based on those standards, if we were to go around the table, can you go ahead and tell me, based on those standards, and rate each one of those women?
I don't feel comfortable doing that.
You're right.
Yeah. I mean, it's valid that if I don't feel like comfortable doing that.
They're doing that.
Every single Every single time. Every single time. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Can you rate Brian?
According to my standards, like we said, I have my own standards and everything. According to what I like and what I'm attracted to, a 7.
Yeah. A what?
A 7.
That's pretty good, right?
Okay, great. I'm glad that you could do that for Brian.
No, but
now do it for the girl to your right.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Do you want to do it to Maddie, or you want to rate?
She says
Yeah, go ahead. And now that you've done it with Brian, what would be the distinguishment for why you feel comfortable doing it to a man, but not to a woman?
Because me as a female, I'm attracted to men. I'm not attracted to women. I mean, it's easier for me just to throw that out.
But you still have a subjective standard for what is attractive in women as well.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Only for the men.
Wait, I have a question.
You're totally not a feminist, right? You're totally not a feminist, but you feel fine judging men, telling them to their face what you think the standard is. But when it comes to women, I just couldn't do that. I couldn't. That's a bridge too far, Andrew. Right?
Sure.
Women need to be coddled.
100%.
Right. So okay, I found it interesting though. Because you are able to make these determinations, you gave yourself a 10, yet I'm a 7. So your assessment of my physical attractiveness is 3 points below yours. I found that interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I found that interesting. I would actually say that, trying to be as objective as I can, I would actually say that in terms of our physical appearance, we're probably fairly comparable. But you might even be 1 point below me. I'm not saying that to insult you, just objectively. I'm trying to be as objective as possible. But your assessment is I'm 3 points below you. But you also rated me 2 points below my own rating, which I also find interesting.
Yeah, like I said, like we discussed, like we have what we are attracted to, what we're not attracted to, and
chat. Be super fair. Don't just like dunk on her just because she thinks she's a 10. Be super fair. When it comes just to looks, who would be settling here? Go ahead, chat. Just looks. And be fair.
You realize, so as you guys, and this is what I call extreme virtue signaling. The reason that we're kind of harping on this, I want to give you the rationale so that you now understand why we're harping on this. One of the reasons that dating, at least in modernity, seems so messed up is because it seems to be impossible.
Okay, guys, today we're going to be taking a look at the
women to have honest conversations without what I would call female narcissism or women literally just lying. And it's because they actually follow the book of be nice, not the book of the Bible, which says nowhere to be nice. When you say kindness, kindness is not the same as nice. And I think that this is often conflated. And so I think that what ends up happening is there's no honesty left in these conversations because a man is asking a question. We know for sure you're full of shit when we're asking you, do you have a beauty standard? And you say, no, we know you're fucking lying through your teeth. We know, all of us know it. Not some of us.
I said yes.
Every single one of us know that that's total bullshit. And so if you were to ask this question and a woman kind of engages with it and says, no, I actually believe everyone's a 10, you realize that we all know you're lying. All of us know that. Not some of us, not a few of us, all of us know that. And so how in the world can you have this reconciliation when it comes to dating, when it comes to these conversations, when it comes to being open and honest with each other, if you can't even tell the fucking truth about what you think about a beauty standard? Why would I assume then that if I were dating you, you wouldn't lie to me? Why would I assume then that if I were dating you, you wouldn't lie about what my preferences were in order to make myself or yourself happy? How's that equally yoked? How's that biblical? How does that even make sense from a secularist perspective? It just seems absurd to me.
Oh, are you done? Okay. So like I said, I did say that there is a beauty standard from what I like and maybe what I think. But like you said, like if say you're in a relationship and you're talking about me lying, I mean, if I'm going out with you, obviously there's an attraction there or I find you attractive. Like I said, like the rating I gave him was based on what I like. I don't need to like know what everyone else is liking. Like for me, but even too when I gave my answer, like rating my looks, like for me, like I said, like I wouldn't want to, like if I'm confident in myself, like that's just my confidence in myself.
So let me take over here for a bit. Okay, so you're a 10, I'm a 7. Assuming I met your other standards, you would not date me based off of this, correct? Because I'm below you in terms of physical appearance, right?
It's not
I won't be offended.
It's not just in physical appearance. There's a lot of other things.
Yeah, but assuming like I met your other things, like I was a good guy, whatever, Christian, etc., you just wouldn't date me based on looks, right?
No. If say someone was a Christian and they had all the check boxes, like the standards, like we have the same standards or whatever it is, and you're a 7, I'm not going to be so hung up on the physical looks.
But would you be settling? You feel like you'd be settling on the looks thing? You're 3 points above me in your physical
No, because
appearance.
I believe as we grow in the relationship, like God will give me even more of an attraction to whoever my spouse will be. Like
no, but you said I'm a 7 and you're a 10, so you would be settling, regardless of your growing attraction for me.
I mean, I guess if you put it that way, and I understand what you're saying, like. I rated you a 7. I rated myself a 10. That's just how I, like, for me, I would not want to rate myself anything below a 10 because I wouldn't want to seem like I'm not secure in myself or confident in myself, which I'm not.
Why would you so do you think because I rate myself a 5, I'm not secure in myself?
No, not that. I'm saying for myself. I'm not talking about anybody else.
You need to put on a facade of a projected belief about your physical attractiveness to be secure?
No, it's not a facade. I find it believable in my book. Like,
so it's not just about being confident. You genuinely, aside from your confidence, you genuinely have your own assessment of your own physical attractiveness is genuinely that you are a 10. You are among the most beautiful women in the world.
I think it's not just because I'm going to get into it a little bit more. I'm not just basing it off of my physical looks. I'm looking at it in my.
The question was looks.
Yeah, you just said
looks. No, that's super insecure. I don't know why you guys are all so insecure. I don't know why there's so much insecurity that if we ask you your looks, you can't just be honest about it, but instead have to bring in other qualia that you think you need to introduce in order to make yourself more appealing to people. Why can't you just be honest? Why are you all so insecure?
I'm not insecure. I'm just telling you what else I factored into it.
Well, I don't know, it sounds like insecurity to me. Like if I were, for instance, to walk around and be a braggadocious, kind of over the top, saying that I was a 10, I'm 11, I'm the most beautiful man in the world. Wouldn't you say I was arrogant? Wouldn't you say I was egotistical? Right? Wouldn't you say that was a sign of insecurity? And yet here it seems like it's a sign of insecurity from you. Why not just tell the truth about the actual question, which is what do you rate yourself physically? Rather than introducing other qualia. It sounds just like insecurity to me. It sounds like you're super insecure.
Well, first of all, I'm not insecure. And second
I don't know. It sounds like you're insecure. Then answer the question. What do you actually rate yourself by physical beauty standards?
By physical beauty standards on what people think the world possibly is considered beautiful?
Yeah.
Probably I'm going to be seen as a 7. Or even lower.
What about the girl to your right? Don't be insecure.
The girl... We're talking about me.
Don't be insecure.
I'm not insecure.
You sound like you're pretty insecure right now. Sounds like you're
I'm gonna rest my
really
case.
confident in your
I'm not
position.
insecure, and that's it. Period.
Oh,
Thank
okay. So you're insecure.
Believe what you want to believe.
Okay. It sounds like insecurity. I'm just saying.
I'm not insecure.
Well, I have a question for you. Can you tell us a public figure, celebrity who you feel is your male looks match or looks equivalent for the two 10s?
Who?
Do you want to actually engage in good faith? Obviously, it's not Hezbollah.
No, not this one.
You can't think of a guy who you think, yeah, we're in the same league. You can't think
I
of
just don't want to engage in this conversation.
Why? Why not?
I just don't, Brian. I really
Why?
don't.
Because it's going to reveal that you're wrong?
No, it's just I did it last time and I just don't like the question. Just don't. Even watching it from other
doesn't like the question.
podcasts, I don't like seeing what I just don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll give you. What about you? Do you want to engage? Do you have a public figure or celebrity who you feel is your male looks match or equivalent?
I would say I never really thought about that someone would be equivalent to me. So I really
like
don't
in
know.
your league, like someone we can Google who you think is in your league looks wise. We'd obviously have to think of someone who has perhaps a bit of fame or celebrity. We can discount.
who's also a 7.
We're going to discount
that's fair.
the status. We're going to discount the status, the success, the money. Just looks. That way we can actually Google a person who you think is like your looks equivalent.
I don't even know.
I know.
Well, you said you're a 7 or a 10. I'm a little confused as to what the actual thing is. So
I just would not like to compare myself to that.
right. So who's a guy that you think is in your league?
I think
Brian. You said right? Well, you said you're no. You said you were 7, so he said you're 7. So
So Brian's in your league.
He's famous, right?
Okay, I'm trying to maybe get somebody else, but yeah, a celebrity.
I don't know.
There's not a person in any movie that you've seen that you're like, he's my comparison.
Or he's like a 7.
I don't know.
All right, I'll ask a different question for the whole panel going around the table. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years as compared to how you look now? Starting with you.
Yes.
Okay, so you're 19, you'll be better looking at 29.
Yeah.
What about 39 compared to 19?
I hope so.
You hope
so.
better?
I hope
Will
I
you?
will look better.
So, but will you be more physically attractive at 39 than you are now at 19?
So abstracting all other qualities and talking about physical appearance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably I am more attractive now than I would be, but I'm not saying I'm going to be a babushka at 39. You know?
It's a choice.
All right. But so, more attractive at 29, but not more attractive at 39.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about objective, I don't know, people's societal kind of standards here?
Yeah, so let's assume you're in the, I'm sorry, is it the motherland? Let's assume you're in the motherland. And
I think Russia's
based
fatherland,
on the
isn't it?
standards of the motherland, they are judging your beauty standards, right? They're judging you currently versus you at 29 years old. Which would all of the men in the motherland prefer?
My younger version?
Yeah, that seems fair. So
Okay,
then there's
wait.
no way you're going to be more attractive than
We should
at
let's
29 than right now.
get all the answers.
right?
Let's get all the answers.
Would I be more attractive?
Yeah,
in
so
10
you're
years?
23. Do you think you'll be more attractive at 33?
I mean, I would hope so. I just think it plays a factor. I mean, I'm still.
Do you think
Yeah.
you'll be more physically attractive at 33 than you are now at 23?
Possibly. I think so, yeah.
What about 43?
Well, we're getting, as you grow older, I mean, age just catches up to you. Maybe not to other people.
But you think you will peak at 33 as compared to now at 23?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe you don't know. So, can I just get a yes or no? Will you be more physically attractive in 10 years' time?
It just depends. I mean,
On what?
because it could be a whole different standard in 10 years of what people think is beautiful. In my eyes, I'm going to still be confident that, yeah, I am beautiful. Maybe I'm going to have kids and maybe my body's going to look a little bit different in that sense.
We're not
So,
saying that you won't be beautiful in 10 years. We're
Yeah.
asking if you'll be more beautiful in 10 years than you are now.
No, I think I'll be the same.
You'll be
Just
the
as-
same.
yeah.
No difference. What about 43?
Same, yeah.
So you will be just as physically attractive at 43 years old than you are. What did you think I was talking about?
I mean, I don't know. I think I'm going to be, Okay, you're saying looks. I keep on wanting to pull into like emotions and all that stuff. So maybe no, I'm not at 43.
Okay. So then 33?
No. I should say no.
Okay. But I'll actually engage with you on this incorporating other things. So if we just look at the totality of everything, your personality, et cetera, do you think you will overall be more attractive to all men at 33? Looks, personality, everything. Do you think you'll be more attractive at 33 than you are now at 23, allowing you to incorporate everything?
Allowing me to incorporate everything.
Yeah.
If I'm still going down the same route that I am, like improving myself and growing myself, then yeah, I will be. But I mean, I don't need the approval of like, oh, man, it's just going to be whoever my husband is.
Right, but so the question is like to be attractive to other men, to men.
Then
Right.
yes, if I, like I said, if I continue going the path, which hopefully
Okay.
God willing
What
I
about
am.
43 then?
Yeah, because
53?
same thing.
53?
Continuing on.
53?
Yeah.
63?
Yes. If we're incorporating everything
73.
emotionally, yes, everything.
You'll be more, but you acknowledge that physical attractiveness is a component of it. I'm not asking just, but you would acknowledge that it's
Yeah. It's
a
in
component.
Yeah, but you're like even saying like it's to all men, like it's just one person. I don't need. Yeah, maybe we're both going to be getting older together. Maybe our physical attraction for each other is going to be like, oh, you're getting like wrinkly and stuff, and so on. Like, so be it.
Okay, so in this,
So maybe
in
the
this
physical
scenario,
is probably
in
going to
this-
drop, but hopefully the emotional rises up.
In this scenario, let's assume you get divorced, but you've made all the progress that you claim you will make in 20 years' time. You get divorced at 43. Will you have a better time attracting men at 43 than you will now at 23? That one man you talk about is gone, and now you're back in the dating marketplace.
I mean, if that guy wasn't for me, hopefully there'll be one who's gonna want to be with me. That I have
Right,
all
so I'm setting up a hypothetical here.
Yeah.
You get divorced. You did have the one guy, the one guy's gone. You're now back on Tinder and Hinge and dating apps, and you're being, there's multiple men who are going to be pursuing you. Do you think that you will be more attractive in totality at 43 to these men than you are now at 23?
No, because like you said, if we're total out, whatever that word was, the physical probably will drop. And like I said, it depends on like what
No, but
they're
I
looking
granted
for.
in totality.
Yeah, but it's like it depends what the guy is looking for as well. I mean,
Okay. All right. You're 26, better looking at 30. Will you be better looking at 36 than you are now at 26?
I absolutely plan on being that, and I have it. Oh, I said I absolutely plan on being that. Yeah.
Plan on being more physically
More
attractive
physically,
in
yeah. 10 years of extra training, 10 years of extra help, 10 years of understanding your style better, everything. I know I have a lot of friends that are almost 40 and they're baddies.
Okay, hold on. So I'm already going to grant that women can absolutely be beautiful and attractive into their 30s and 40s and beyond. It's not the question. It's a comparative thing. So.
Okay. Between now and 36. Yeah, definitely. As I said, because of those reasons, I think that I'll have an extra 10 years of training, extra 10 years of maintenance and looking after myself. So from 26 till now, 26 till 36, I would make the assumption that I would look better than what I do now. Absolutely.
Okay, and then what about 46?
I think that it would start to decline a little bit the closer I got to 50.
But you would peak, so you'd be more attractive, physically attractive at 46 than you are now at 26.
No, I'd be more attractive at 36 and 26, and then more attractive at 26 and 46.
Wait, hold on.
Does that not make sense?
Wait. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Wait, you'll be.
I think so. I think that's when you peak. Yeah.
You'll be more attractive at 36 than at
Yeah.
26.
Yeah.
But will you be more attractive at 46 than at 36?
Probably not. No, I think that you're like a woman, like generally, it can really peak like from that 32 to 40. Yeah.
So when do women peak? What age?
I just said 32 to 40. I think is like a peak
so
for
36
women.
is the peak physical attractiveness of.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, and then going back to you, what do you think is the peak physical attractiveness age of women, if you had to say?
between the 30s and 40s.
Between 30s and 40s. What about you? 30s and 40s. Okay. Going to you, you're 29. Do you think you'll be better looking at 39 than you are now?
Yes.
Into the mic, please.
Yes.
Okay. Will you be better looking at 49 than you are now?
Probably not. No, I'll start declining, like she said.
Okay. When do you think is the peak for physical beauty in women?
30s.
30s. Okay. And do you think you're more physically attractive now at 29 than you were at 19?
In some ways, but no. In other ways, no. Because I didn't do certain things.
What do you mean?
Like, I just think that, like you said, like I didn't work out when I was younger, so I was chubbier.
When you were younger?
Mm-hmm. So things that I wanted to do.
Okay, so you're better looking now at 29 than you were at 19.
I just took care of myself more right now. I take care of myself now than I did when I was at 19.
All right. Going to you, 28, better looking at 38 or better looking now?
Better looking now.
And were you
Sad,
better looking at 18 or better looking now?
I would say I'm better looking now, for sure. I had an awkward phase. I think women peak usually in their mid-20s. Like 23, 24, 25. I think usually that's the peak.
All right. What about you? You're 27.
I definitely think I'd be more attractive now than in 10 years.
So you're more attractive now at 27 than you are at 37. Okay. All right. Going back to you really quick, you said that if you get work done, that you'll be better looking.
No. I, like, just by process of time, I've been training for 10 years. Imagine when I'm in the gym for an extra 10 years, your physical fitness, how you look aesthetically, will be so much more better in 10 years than what it is now. So that's why.
What about face? You can't really work out your face.
I think that would then come down to how you look after yourself. Are you like drinking plenty of water? Are you doing skincare? Are you staying out of the sun? What are you doing to mitigate like wrinkles? All of that. So you could have another extra 10 years of looking after yourself. As kind of what you alluded to, I feel like women, well, people in general go through like all